Sluggy. Ooh, Sluggy. And I am here with Final Fantasy 14 Login QEX. Oh, I forgot to turn off my little buttons. Go away. There we go. Random buttons on the side. Ooh, that was loud. So, I have been removed from queue 3 times. But this is the farthest I've ever gotten in the queue. They say, and they say, and they say, that if you cannot see your character data, you should log off and not try to log in again for a while. I do not have that luxury. So, it says it makes it harder, but I have not logged in once in the course of since I finally got onto this game that has my login data. So, I guess I don't play. But I don't have a choice. I have to stream. I'm gonna play this. Why is my music so goddamn loud? So, now we wait. Hopefully I will get kicked. Hopefully I will get kicked from from queue again. That's the dream. That's the dream. But I have my little Emmett Silk plushie. I should actually bring down my Casa plushie. My Warrior of Light Casa. Not a collie. And hopefully it will bring me luck. Although Emmett's causing problems on my the screen over here. Just sit nicely, my boy. Thank you. Oh my goodness. So, a couple reminders. Oh, I should think so. Nice, cute fish. The raffle stars have been, the loyalty stars have been, reset. And now that you can start saving up again for the Warrior of Light plushes that I make. I can flash them on the screen real quick. No, I can't. I don't have them on this particular screen. But they are in my Discord. We'll make your Warrior of Light or any NPC that you would care for. And we will be picking two winners, so that's very exciting. Also, we made the bingo sheet yesterday while we were waiting for the servers to go up. So if the bingo sheet is in the Discord as well, in the Final Fantasy 14 section of the Discord. So you grab the roll and you can see the bingo sheet card. If any one of our crazy predictions comes true, we get a bingo. We have to get the whole bingo. Then 5,000 stars to everyone, and that is 1 raffle ticket immediately that you can use on December 31st, which is when we will do the raffle, and that will be our big New Year's Eve stream. It'll be very good. This number has not moved. You know what I can do while we wait for stream? Because we didn't finish it. Or wait for login queues. Tales from the Twilight. I bet the Tales from the Twilight is back up. It is. We can actually finish the stories that we didn't get to while we wait for Q. I'll actually read these so you can watch the queue, and then I will read these. Whose is this about? Fordola. Okay. Her father was dead. It had only been a few days since the event, and Fordola wanted nothing more than to run far, far away. Her mother had not stopped crying, and she knew that adding her own tears to the deluge would only make matters worse. All the while, the disdain of Imperials and Alamegans alike ate away at her. What was the point of living like this? Of living at all? As the sun began to dip toward the horizon, Fordola made for the outer walls, slipping shadow-like through the alleyways, disregarded by the patrolling Imperial soldiers. She squeezed through a crack in the stonework barely larger than herself to reach her sanctuary. Here she could gaze out on the easternmost peaks of Labyrinthos spine and, more importantly, be alone. Relaxing, she squinted into the setting sun, which had painted the sky her favorite shade of fiery red. "How can the sky burn so?" she had once asked her father, and he hadn't tried to palm her off with some convenient myth, admitting frankly that he didn't know. That was her father, honest and kind, and quite earnest when he asked her what she thought the answer might be. A prickle of unease jolted Fordola back to the present. She twisted around to see a pair of glowing gold eyes regarding her from above from above a wide, frog-like maw. The Abaddon's bulbous blue form quivered in anticipation of its coming meal. It must have wandered up from the water's edge in search of prey. She blinked as its long tongue flicked out to taste the air, tracing her scent. She was going to die. Yet where she ought to feel fear, she could find nothing but cold certainty. How strange it was, then, to be proven wrong. Hi-ya! The woman's yell reached her first, then a rush of air, a thud of impact, and the creature was gone. An instant later, another thud drew her gaze, some distance to the right, where she noted the now prone, abandoned, stumpy legs flailing pathetically in the air. Nonplussed, Fedora stared at the woman, who she could only assume was some kind of martial artist, jogged back to her side. "Anything broken?" The woman was inquiring cheerfully, her hand extended down to where Fedora sat. Where had she fallen? With effort, Fedora eventually mustered the wherewithal to shake her head. After a rather too long, judging by the most, comically relieved, "Thank goodness!" she received in reply. Though most of her face was obscured by a mask, the woman's smile fairly glowed. It almost reminded Fedora of the fire in the sky. I was streaming very, very long. Hello, Varkenbo. How are you? I'm Ida, she continued. Nice to meet you. When Fedora made no move to recuperate, Ida clasped her hand in both of her own and shook it up and down as one might a small child. Fedora began. What's your name? Ida interjected, heedless. Fedora? Fedora! Did you come here alone? Where are your parents? My mother's at home, she muttered sullenly, but my father is... I'm sorry, Ida nodded, and said no more about it. In fact, she seemed to forget the subject entirely. Shall we meet here tomorrow? What? Fedora managed. Why? Ida tilted her head in confusion. Because we're friends. Since when? Fedora fired back. This Ida may have saved her life, but that didn't make them friends. Don't worry. If any more monsters turn up, I'll kick them halfway to Doma, the woman replied staunchly, missing the point. So you'll come? She continued, showing no inclination to let go of the idea or Fedora's hand. There was nothing for it. Fedora nodded. Accompanying Ida wherever she happened to be going became a regular occurrence for Fedora in the days that followed. She would never forget the joy of swimming across Loch Sheld or the trial of explaining why her salt-reddened eyes to her worried mother afterwards. She also learned to hunt. Her first kill, which Ida roasted over a campfire, tasted nothing like the meals her mother made, but was delicious nonetheless, and for the first time since her father's death, Fedora found that she could smile again. Ida often spoke of her younger sister after that. She, too, faced their father's death at an early age, and Ida had been desperate to cheer her up, to take her anywhere that might bring a smile to her face. You reminded me of her, you know. I just couldn't leave you like that. She also mentioned that she was staying at Garabanya temporarily while she and her comrade did their work. What they intended to accomplish, however, Ida could not say, weaving away her questions with a smile. Fedora had some idea, though. She had heard Ida talking to this partner of hers via link pearl several times, always about the refugees, and while she couldn't begin to guess at the details, it was enough to tell her that they were enemies of the Empire. Yeah, the Chocobo music's very good. Yet in spite of this and her own surprise, Fedora felt perfectly at ease. Why don't you come with me? There was no hesitation in the offer. Her mission accomplished, Ida would be leaving Alamigo soon, with Fedora, if she so wished. They could live somewhere else, somewhere free, together. Fedora didn't know what to say. It was all so sudden. And what about her friends and family? Could she bring them too? We can only take so many people. 1 or 2 we can slip in with the cargo, but no more than that. Ida looked pained. I'm sorry. Maybe it was wrong of me to ask. She would think about it, she promised, so Ida told her where to meet for their escape and when. After that, Ida would be gone. After much fretting on her own, Fordola decided to share her dilemma with her 4 closest friends. They were silent while she told them everything, and for a good while later, it seemed they didn't know what to say either. It was Emmeline that spoke up first. "Sorry, I can't just leave my family behind, but I don't want you to leave us either," she managed before curling in on herself, looking like she might cry. "My granddad's really old," muttered the thickest boy next to her apologetically. "I don't think I could go either." Ferdola's shoulders slumped. Of course they'd never agree. It was Charlotte, a little boy that often trailed after her like an adoring younger brother, who spoke next, with tears in his eyes. "I know you want to, 'cause you're so sad, 'cause you're dad, but you're happier now, so if you want to, I'll miss you, but I don't think you should go." At this, Charlotte began to cry. Oh, at this, Charlotte's older brother, Ansfred, let out an exasperated snort. "Don't be stupid. Why does she need an Alamegan's help? That's what we're here for. Don't you dare leave Fordola." His lip trembled as he glared at her, fists clenched at his sides. And then Charlotte began to cry. "I don't," he sniffed. "I don't want you to go. I want everyone to be together forever." "Don't leave us. We'll always be your friends if you stay," Emmeline wailed. Though she would rather they hadn't been such crybabies about it, Fordola was happy to hear how much her friends cared. They understood how hard it was to be neither Alamegan nor Garlean, and she couldn't abandon them now, not after everything they had gone through together. She would tell Ida no, she was staying in Alamego. Her decision made, Fordola resolved to see Ida off with a smile. She would miss her terribly, but they were certain to meet again some day, and so she turned from her home, oblivious to the figure observing her from the shadows. The appointed day dawned without fanfare. The sun had made its way across the sky, and Fordola made hers to the agreed spot to wait. Just as she had countless times before, the Ida that came to meet her, however, behaved quite unlike the carefree soul she knew. On every other occasion she had bounded happily toward Fordola the moment their eyes had met, but today she hesitated, scanning their surroundings warily. Fordola followed her gaze, but noticed nothing out of the ordinary in the ruins. "Ida," she called out in a small voice, but the woman was distracted, pressing her link pearl to her ear. "It's not looking good here either," she told whoever it was, her partner, Fordola guessed. "Change of plans. Go now, and don't wait for me." What was she talking about? Distant shouting cracked from the link pearl. Somebody was unhappy. Fordola strained to hear. "I'm sorry, Papalimo. Look after Lise for me," Ida said with her customary cheer, silencing the connection. Relieved, Fordola approached, sure that Ida was still herself after all. It was then that she heard the footsteps. Heart hammering, she spun to see 2, 3, and then more and more soldiers fanning out around them, at least 10 in total. Nice trick. Ida's voice was colder than she had ever heard it, so cold that it took a moment for Fordola to realize who it was she was speaking to. "What? You knew I'd find out if you blabbed to the guards, so instead you made sure you were followed. Imperial rat!" She made to protest, but her voice died in her throat when she realized the truth of the situation. Ida was putting on an act, though the soldiers had followed her. Thought I'd be able to make some decent money off a merchant's daughter, but you had to go and spoil everything. You better run while you can, or I'll strangle you where you stand." All lies to keep the Imperials from accusing her of treason, and Fordola had no choice but to go along with them. She bit her tongue, feeling furious and pathetic at the same time. "Run!" Ida mouthed the words as one of the soldiers raised a Magitech transceiver to his lips. At nearly the same instant, another soldier, who had been slowly closing the gap between himself and Fordola, reached out to grab her, but Ida's foot hit the earth, propelling her forward in the blink of an eye, and he collapsed from a kick to the gut with a cry. Alarmed, the other soldiers rushed to surround Ida, who danced back and forth on the balls of his feet, fists at the ready. "Feel free to attack all at once, if you're so scared. Cut her down!" The soldiers brandished their blades with angry cries, and Fordola ran. She'd only make things harder for Ida if she stayed. She fled through the ruins, weaving around rubble as she went, but nimble as she was, she could not hope to match the soldier's stride, and she found herself swiftly overtaken. Cowering from the wicked flash of the blade that arced towards her, Fordola lost her footing, as did the Imperial, who was at the same instant propelled gracelessly into the nearby rubble, courtesy of a bone-crunching kick to the side. He slumped to the ground, unmoving. Ida turned and met Fordola's eyes. With her usual mask on, Fordola could see the lines of ink forming the traditional Alamegan designs. Her eyes, blue, Fordola now noticed, were so kind. "Please run," she wanted to say, but she couldn't find her voice. Her body still trembled where she stood, frozen in place, but Ida approached as if nothing was wrong. "Live, Fordola," she said, laying a soothing hand on her hair. "Find some hope to hold on to." Fordola could only nod, barely able to contain the sobs that threatened to burst from her chest, as Ida graced her with one final smile. And then she was gone, running hard and fast in the other direction, beckoning the other enemies to follow. With the sky burning red behind her, Ida danced. Imperials fell one after another to her blows, but even she could not evade every blade, every fist, every bullet that came her way. And soon the salt-white ground turned crimson too. From a distance, Fordola watched as Ida's strength waned. More and more soldiers were coming to join the fray, even some hulking Magitech monstrosity approaching, the grating strength of metal on metal adding to the clamor which now resounded around the ruins. Fleet of foot as she was, Ida surely could have escaped alone, yet there she stayed, fighting the impossible battle. She was going to die, and why? For the sake of one child? For her? Why me? If she went to help, they might make it in time. But who could she ask? Who would help an enemy of the Empire? No one she knew. She cursed her own uselessness. Still she kept moving, one step at a time, though her legs trembled to take them, and repeated Ida's final words to herself until they were part of her. She would live. And in the end she faced no inquest for having been present thanks to Ida's deception. Nevertheless, she knew that if her loyalty to the Empire should ever again be cast in doubt, her mother, and perhaps her friends, would pay the price as well. It would be imprisonment or death for the lot of them. If these were her choices, she would prove herself a worthy citizen of the Empire. Though she had yet to find the hope that Ida spoke of, she chose to believe that she would one day. Until then, she would live. The tattoo stood out starkly against Ferdola's complexion, in its ink fresh under her skin. She traced the traditional pattern with her fingers. Today, she and Ansfrid and Emmeline and Horderuf would join the 12th Imperial Legion, but it was another day that occupied her thoughts as she set out one long past, but vivid as a burning red sky. She carried the memory with her as she took one step, then another, towards her waiting friends. I think we can probably get through one more. This one's about Kane-sana. I wonder, is the last one about... Oh, the last one's about Ishgard. Alright. In the year 1572... My throat does not like that I am continuing to read like this. In the year 1572 of the Sixth Astral Era, the city-state of Gridania was beset by a myriad crisis. From without, Elamigan refugees flooded the Black Shroud, fearing invasion and subjugation at the hands of the Garlean Empire. Within the 12th Wood, the Ixal stole past the Whaler sentries and to fell sacred trees, and in turn offered the hewn trunks as offerings to Garuda. It was in the midst of this turmoil that the Archons of Charlayan became bearing a monumental request. They beseeched the city-states of Eorzea to look beyond their borders and join their neighbors in common cause once more, to revive the Eorzean alliance. This bold request could not be given full consideration until many questions had first been answered. And so the Seatseer Council was called to order. Made up of gifted hearers who could hearken to the voices of the elementals, the council governed Gridania in accordance with the will of man and elemental alike. However, the spirits of the forest did not speak as people did, for their thoughts were borne on waves of aether. Any effort to translate them into the words was, at best, an interpretation of their intent. Thus were the hearers forced to infer and embellish, not out of desire to mislead or manipulate, but out of necessity. Nevertheless, the process invited interpretations of interpretations, which all too often led to disagreement and discord. Matters of great import would become mired in debate, which would subsequently be settled with a vote. Such were circumstances in the best of times. Now, however, the chaotic fluctuations in the ethereal currents confronted the most seasoned of hearers. The air was thick with urgency, but they could not discern any meaning in the morass of emotion. All eyes in the Lotus Stand looked to their leader for clarity, the elder Seatseer, Kane-sana. Hello, how are you? Displaying a singular talent for magic even by Huron standards, the elder Seatseer gave commanded the attention of others. This is no small part due to the horns which grew from her head and marked her as Pagel, a hero blessed by and possessed of uncanny ability to communicate with the forest. Her natural gifts and unyielding determination ensured that before she had seen her 12th summer, Kane Senna would be chosen as Elder Seedseer by the Great One, that she might lead the Seedseer Council. Although much of her life since had been spent in quiet solitude, she attended every council meeting and served as a mediating voice whenever arguments grew heated. She heard the elementals more keenly than any, and could divine their intentions when no one else could. And so, on this momentous occasion, the future of a nation and its people would be dictated by her words. The elementals must needs have a voice, and it falls to me to provide it. Kane opened herself to the Aether of the 12th Wood, and at once she felt the elementals clamor, their dread and terror threatening to engulf her. Holding fast, she concentrated and tried to make sense of the confusion. Yet no sooner would an image begin to form within her mind than she would be swept away by a surge of intense emotion. But it doesn't matter, because we're in, baby. Finally. I am not too bad. Oh, let me turn off my music. Let's turn this music back on. All right. Let's go. Alizé seems eager to get underway. Assuming everyone's tightened their straps and checked their gear, then I say we're headed on in. Given the terrain ahead, though, it might be wise to leave some distance between us. We don't want to be stumbling over each other if it comes to a fight. Take it slow, and don't forget to check your surroundings from time to time. We can meet up again at the other end of the tunnel. Oh, I played the new summoner. It's so good. It seems very easy. 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 2 1 1 1 1, or it's actually 1 2 2 2 2 2 2 2. But I'm really excited. I think I'll definitely savage on it. Oh, it's crazy in here. It's just so wide and open. And like empty. Uh-oh. Oh, the battle music is so good. I think we heard it yesterday, but now I can really appreciate it. deep. That mineshaft was infested with mythocaps. Some sort of research project, I wonder? I suppose they are a most unusual creature. Why did they develop such long limbs when all they do is shuffle about narrow tunnels? Akali, did you know that Kryle almost took a tumble back there? She can't possibly still be dizzy from the lift. I was being careful, I swear. The slope was steeper than I thought and I lost my footing for a moment. That's all. I'm not injured if you don't count my pride. Kryle is in bad shape. Please don't fridge Kryle. Everyone seems to have made it through without incident. Nothing of consequence, at least, and, as promised, the tunnel has delivered us to the medial circuit. As I recall, this tier is where they keep a wide variety of samples for agricultural production. If Erenville's assumption holds true, that specimens are being collected in preparation for a great migration, then we should see evidence of such plans in the area as research projects. Let's follow the path to the nearest farming facility and see what we can see. Slimes? What are these things? Oh. Look at it. I love it. It's misty down here. Oh. Aha! Now I know where we are. This is Merrill Agronomics. Labyrinthos is host to a wide variety of vegetation, which allows us to conduct studies of cultivation methods utilized in foreign lands. And it is this facility which coordinates and oversees these efforts. The fruits of their research go to feed Labyrinthos colleagues, or so I hear. More notable successes might make it to the Agora. Foods are so exotic, you'd be hard-pressed to guess their origin, let alone how they might taste. Indeed, mystery vegetables without a name, only a list of nutritional benefits scribbled on a card. Huh. I see no gleaners hereabouts, yet these workers seem to share that same sense of urgency. 'Tis possible they know something of the forum's plans and their underlying motivations. Worth looking into, wouldn't you say? See what you can coax from the workers. The rest of us will do the same, or cast about for useful clues. A field full of ripe vegetables being left to rot on the vine. Not a single picker hard at work. Clearly procuring readily available fresh fruit is not on the forum's priority. I thought it was weird. They're just letting food rot. It's like, those look bad, but maybe it's just a different kind of pumpkin. And so you spent years researching these high-yield cultivation techniques? I don't know where your store ran off to. Well, Alice's there. I'm told this cart holds the harvest meant for the larders here. Nothing out of the ordinary. Oh, hello there. Weren't expecting visitors. Not with the lift being restricted. How did you make it down here anyway? The mine shaft, you say? Well, you're much harder your soul than I. Under normal circumstances, I reward such tenacity with a guided tour of the fields, but I'm afraid the forum had us filling orders and lists a mile long. Massive yet detailed requests, literal wagon loads of crop samples, and hardly any time to put them together. When I first heard of this grand reorganization, I assumed we would be shuffling around old stock to make room for the new. Then came the orders of ridiculous quantities of seeds we've already thoroughly researched. Passing strange, eh? I pressed for an explanation, but was met with vague assurances that all would be revealed in due course. Not the most satisfying answer. What crops are we raising? Well, as you can see, this one is a variety of grape. Oh, only needs a good source of sunlight to grow, and the conditions here are nothing short of perfect. Hardly surprising, given it's native to the particular locale, in the very place upon which Labyrinthos was modeled, a region in the south of Ilsbard. It boasts remarkable habitat diversity, allowing for myriad flora and fauna to thrive. Chilly peaks in the north give way to swaths of temperate plains, which in turn transition to a hot, humid coastline. Such bountiful territory is never contested, as you might expect. It used to be called Corvos before Imperials renamed it to Locus Ammonios. The Forum saw it not as a prize, however, but as a researcher's ideal environment, one whose climates we strove to recreate within the confines of Labyrinthos. It's since provided a rich foundation for countless experiments in cultivation. Do I ought to be taken down below? More than I can carry, and then some. Most of our stock was sent up via the cargo lift, but some have been embarked for aerial transport, hence the stack of crates atop the hill over there. God's hauling a lot up that slope was a job and a half. There's your stone. The stacks of crate on the hill is going below. That sounds promising. I'll gather the others and join you there. The labels on these crates tell the story of their contents. Bundles of common seeds and saplings, accompanied by sheaves of reports.
Hard to look away, isn't it?
Harbor?
But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion. You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true. This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change colour. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy, dark subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Sharlayan at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect. And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin.
Oh, thank you for the sippy. I will take that right now.
To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration. As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
Have you learned aught of interest?
I learned about these sick flowers.
A flower that reacts to one's feelings? Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we've failed to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly. Isn't that the entrance to the Archaeum? Look, there. I think that's Erenville.
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member, or at least a close associate?
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice. If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions. And no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
What are they gonna do? Kick us out?
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all... Crier?
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
I'm glad you agree.
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him. Almost. I can almost reach you.
What is going on with Cryo? She's like still lingering by the flowers. Oh, there she is. You okay? Forgive me, my attention has been elsewhere. We were following Erenville, weren't we? It feels wrong to spy on Erenville, helpful as he's been, but what other choice do we have? Let's get after him already. We've waited too long as it is. Is Crow feeling unwell? I've never seen her so distracted. Keep an eye on her, but keep moving too. We can't let our quarry slip away. Alize, it's not about to let Erenville slip out of her sight. Erenville was headed westwards along the path outside the arch. Come, we can still catch him. They simulate rain in here? I guess they have to keep everything green and stuff. Hold a moment, I have an idea. If memory serves, the colossal wall-like structure is Logiston Beta, one of Labyrinthos' climate control centers. It should have its own lifts, with which one could access the upper or lower tiers. If it were an agent of the forum, it would make a convenient meeting place. But even if we happen to find Erenville in the company of said agent, we cannot expect to reveal issues of importance as we nonchalantly stroll past. Nay, we shall have to remain undetected. If only Graha and his vanish spell were here. Oh, but there are other ways of turning invisible. Hippity hop, my little toads. Goodness! Unaccustomed to transfiguration? Worry not, it will wear off with the passage of time. I suggest you and your green companions have a long and catch up with Erenville. Should you feel the magic's fading, return to me and I will refresh the enchantment. And what am I to do in the meantime? You wait here with me. In your current state of mind, you'd be as likely to leap into the jaws of a predator as you were to learn anything of note. Which reminds me, where are the creatures hereabouts? In that form you are essentially defenseless. You have changed into a toad! You must remain transfigured in order to progress with quest objectives. You will return to your transfigured status if you move too far away. Look at your map for your transfiguration's area of effect. Speak with Yashola to restore or prolong the transformation. Alpha Toad and Alley Toad are now accompanying you. Keep them at your side in order to progress with the quest objectives. You can leave your quest companions behind by entering different area, putting too much distance between you or by speaking with them, and telling them to wait. If you wish to have your companions join you again, return and speak with them at this location. Do they really have... Oh, I thought their names really were like Alley Toad and... This is very good. This is very good, actually. Alpha Toad attempts attempts and fails to shake his head, but you nevertheless understand that he is telling you this is the wrong way. Alicia turns to face north. Perhaps she's suggesting you cross the bridge?
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work. So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Charlean scholars, and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment.
Get him!
What warrants such urgency?
In an age long past, Charlean was charged with a momentous duty. And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge. I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
This is such bullshit. They are sacrificing literally everyone. It's just gonna be the 4 members that escape. I can feel the...
Then I will do your bidding. For now.
But you helped us get out, and we will go on to use the fruits of your labor to bring about the new tomorrow. And you can die knowing that you helped us do this for the greater good.
But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the Forum.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full.
This man is the smartest person in this fucking game.
While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart. Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
This man is so smart.
Wait! How did you know it was us?
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
love him. Made us all look like idiots. Our toad performance needs work apparently, but I'll have to pay more attention the next time I see one. I suppose we should have known a gleaner who specializes in animal procurement would not be so easily deceived, yet he seemed inclined to put his trust in us and all the same. More importantly, perhaps we've discovered a new piece of the puzzle, this momentous duty the Forum agent mentioned. Charlene has been called to action, and the Tellerolfi's declaration was the catalyst. Whatever charge it is they hope to fulfill, they deem it of sufficient import to disrupt all of Labyrinthos, not to mention ignore Eosia's request for aid. The Forum. Alize is staring off in the direction of Arenville. I'll get it. Alize is staring off in the direction of Arenville, departed, a thoughtful look on her face. What duty could warrant such direct involvement of the Forum and the commitment of all its resources? Judging by what we've heard, none of the Gleaners were offered any kind of explanation. At this point, it seems abundantly clear that we'll learn nothing by pressing them further. We should head back to Y'shtola and Kryl for the moment and see what they think of this. Bruh. Look at these funky little mushrooms. It's funny how normal the force seems now. As a toad, it was also much more ominous and threatening. Where is Kryl? I was just about to ask that. Welcome back. I trust you found Arenville then? Interesting. I had a feeling you would learn something important, even if that something was simply a confirmation that no one knows much of anything. We should share this with Kryl, then discuss how we'd like to proceed. Assuming we find her back at the farm, she was behaving oddly, so I bade her return and rest there. Perhaps not the best decision in hindsight. Would you mind checking near the flowers she was so entranced by? The rest of us can survey more distant areas, in case she decided to wander. Flowers were just up there. She did go back there. Kryl, are you okay? Don't pick them.
For you. The spell will keep it from wilting. She said you would need it for the journey ahead.
Oh. Hydaelyn has also been talking to Kryl.
Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
She's speaking through Kryle.
Thank you.
I hate this.
Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment.
Oh, Hydaelyn is so shady.
Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance. Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest. After Minfilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wished that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well. Her, and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you. Take the flower, walk free, for you are free, to go where you wish, to believe what you will. That bloom will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow. Together, raise it aloft and let it shine, till the end, blinding and radiant.
Cram that shit in my pocket.
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far away. My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out. Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first, so weak and tenuous it was. Once I took hold of that wispy thread, imagine my surprise to discover it was Hydaelyn herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go. Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower. Yes, we are definitely making progress. You can't be serious! We've done nothing wrong!
Oh, Jesus. Daddy's mad.
Master Fortuno, what business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization. We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian. A group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Clandestine behavior.
Clandestine?
Yeah.
We may not have entered Sharlayan as Scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
'Tis not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge. But the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact. With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion. And we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
What, then, is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
Rip Graha.
Graha! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse. But enough. This is not the place for
Oh shit, sorry. The Rotaya awaits. Prison. Crosshood is down.
Forgive me. I was careless.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together. I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
The Forum will come to order. This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings. Master Fortuner, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work. They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large. Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
No, he wouldn't, actually.
Serf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man. Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
Her new hair is so cute.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a Forum member within fortuitous earshot.
They took off my bunny ears!
Then it seems your findings support my own.
I didn't even realize. They have these people.
The reason
are
I
truly
visited the
horrid.
restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policy-making process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions. At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society. And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd. From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge. The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility. I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene. But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea. You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
Yes. We are bound by a duty we cannot ignore. Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle?
They're all tempered. You become a Forum member and you are tempered
We will
by whatever
never
they
choose
found.
the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission, not through strife and bloodshed, but survival. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Such misguided zeal.
Father, Master Fortuno, I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me. So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
I was thinking that too.
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand, By their own admission, these Scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches. But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same. Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given? No. If we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
Order! We will have order! Master Monteshane raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldesion are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlian. You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates. Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand. I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed. Students, Scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences. Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
I apologize for the trouble that I've caused. I was pondering the significance of what I had just read as I left the restricted section, and knocked over the security mimic on the way out. I promise to be more vigilant next time. You may encounter some raised eyebrows, but do continue to claim the students as your sponsor whenever the need arises. I believe in the guiding principles of the Scions, and I know my grandfather would have as well. My father may be right. I am still groping in the dark for answers, but I needed him to know that I would never stop searching. I owed him that much. I owed that much to Arnveld and myself. Thank the gods for Scholar Montague. I absolutely loathe arguing in circles. But at least we've been allowed to remain in the city, and our endless investigations have not been in vain. We now know that this mysterious duty of theirs began with whatever the Forum discovered in the Ethereal Sea. With our freedom so sorely curtailed, however, we will struggle to learn aught more of substance here in Sharlayan. Yeah, we might have better luck asking Matoya about that sort of thing. LSA has a look of dissatisfaction. The overall picture has grown clearer, yes, but that's in spite of the Forum being so maddeningly vague about this duty of theirs. Why are they so reluctant to explain their actions in plain words? I don't think they can. Survival, come what may, is father's work so vital that it takes precedence over his own family. Elfino! Alize! It is you! Their mom. When I heard you'd been dragged before the Forum, I came as swiftly as I could, and I'm so very glad they allowed you to stay. Mother! Is that the Christmas outfit? She is wearing the Christmas outfit. Just in white, pale blue. Emily Slevier, at your service. And you fine people must be the Scions of the 7th Dawn. How lovely it is to finally meet you. Mother, please, we don't wish to make things difficult for you. If word reaches father that you were here... Oh, bother that. Am I to be chastised for speaking with my own children? I am well aware that you and Master Fortuneau are not on the best of terms at the moment, but I've been absolutely desperate to see my darlings again. You will come by the house, won't you? I have gifts waiting. The timing couldn't be better. As matters stand, we shan't be going anywhere until we discuss matters with Thancred's group and reconsider our options. Go visit your home. We will be back at the annex when you are ready to rejoin us. I'm not sure Akali, what do you think? Akali! The Akaliana! What a splendid day this has turned out to be, champion of Eorzea. I insist that you join us. But we must be quick about it, not for my own benefit, but should my husband return and find you enjoying our hospitality, the servants will be made to suffer the consequences. Akali, if you would be so kind as to escort my children to the estate. And then she was gone, and with her any opportunity to protest. Indeed, the matter is settled. Enjoy yourselves, you three. I want cookies from Mommy. I'm sure Elfino thinks nothing of it. He invited classmates over all the time, but I wasn't the most. It was a different time for me, alright? I apologize. My mother is not one to take no for an answer. Still, I'm relieved even, to see her in such high spirits. What say you, Akali? Though it seems we shall have little enough time to enjoy it, will you accompany us on our visit home? Fine, if we're going, then let's get it over with, but be sure to stay in the entrance hall. No peeking into our private chambers, thank you very much. Why ever not? Your room was always perfectly neat and tidy. Everyone has things they'd rather keep to themselves, don't they? Cherished mementos you couldn't even bring yourself to throw away. Childhood toys. I mean, never mind. Levier Estate is that way straight down the stairs. Come on. Come along, children. Well, they can't go. Can they not go with? When Alize and I were little, the bridge was as far as we were permitted to wander alone. I say alone, but my mother or a servant was always somewhere nearby, keeping a watchful eye. And now look at us, traveling to different continents, different worlds even. As children, Ethel and I would often wait here for our father to come home from work. It must have been a busy day when his meetings ran long, because I remember growing restless and leaning over the railing to watch the water rush by. Father, of course, arrived at that exact moment, came pounding down the path in a panic, crying out my name. You guys live in this house? What the fuck? And here you are at last. Please do come in. Oh my god. Oh, I recognize him.
Welcome home, my
lady.
What? What are you gawping at?
House Liviere in all its grandeur.
Oh, gods, please don't. It makes me feel like a spoiled princess.
Lord Fourcheneau is not to hear of this visit. And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice, if you'd accompany me upstairs.
We shan't be long.
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures. I am sure they withhold certain details, of course, if only to keep me from worrying. Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scions coin and other such donations. Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid. The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. It is clear that they have come to find value in every experience. But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name. "'Tis plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them. Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits."
I want to explore this house so bad. Dad's gonna come home and be so pissed. That's where they get their new clothes.
Gifts. I wasn't sure what to expect. Mother,
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
It's perfect. exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alphino.
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore. And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become. See for yourself.
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
I am so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
If you'd allow me, Master Alphino.
Wait. Are these...
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father. Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days, as a student he was often called upon to venture into the field. He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless.
Her jacket is so cute with the little ruffles.
Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now. And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry.
Oh.
I am told these devices are quite difficult to master. But someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb. May the wisdom in that crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
We will, Mother. I promise.
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion. Firstly, Fortunato has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work. I may not know the Forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words. Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
Oh, Mother.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
Hearing all the minions get summoned never fails to crack me up. And that was that. Only the gods know when we'll be back again. Thank you for indulging Mother's request. I I can see it meant a lot to her, and I shall refrain from inquiring as to the content of your private conversation. Our visit was all too brief, but for now, it will have to suffice. As well as will these tokens of home that we carry with us. These gifts to help us remember who we are and whence we came. But enough sentimentality. Let us return to the annex and rejoin our companions. I'm just gonna walk as much as I can in Charlian to get used to it. It's layered and like wide as well as mildly long, so like I'm already going the wrong way. Yeah, I think the layers are going to be what throws me off the most with Charlian. You guys haven't looked? Don't think for a moment that I'm jealous of Alphino's new weapons. They're far more suited to him than me. We left for Iozia in matching outfits, but our styles, both fashion and fighting, have long since diverged. If anything, I'm proud of the differences between us. I intended to master these sage armaments. If I intend to master these sage armaments, that will mean learning to imbue them with the same aether that I poured into the moonstone and obsidian. 'Tis difficult to grasp the essence of such an entity. For me, it will help to think of the Nothals as allies in battle. Simply a new form of energy which went into manifesting my carbuncle companions. For us to feel responsible for the schism of House Levier would be pure hubris. After all, we were merely on the outskirts of what is, essentially, a family affair. And yet neither can we claim the indifference of strangers. To hear their mother welcome them so warmly was joy and relief. I am curious, as curious as I am, to learn the truth of this duty. I wonder what else the Forum is hiding. A calamitous secret whose origin lies in the ethereal sea. Duplicity aside, however, I do not believe Master Forshaw means us ill. Even the harsh words he had for his children stemmed not from anger, I think, but desperation. Enjoyed your time with the Leviers, I hope. I would ask how the twins fared, but their new outfits tell the tale. I only hope we can hope to reconcile with their father, that they might return home one day with their heads held high. In the meantime, we edge ever closer to the secret the Forum strives to hide, and the flower bequeathed to you by Hydaelyn is sure to guide us forward. I'm confident that once you've scouted out the situation in Thanveneer, we'll be well equipped to plot our next move. Hello, boys. So it's back to Thanveneer. Had I known earlier, I would have considered more suitable attire. Though I have read much of the subject of Razat Han, this visit shall be my first. 'Twill be interesting to see how the Hainish mean to contend with the tower, different as their magical and technological disciplines are. Thancred is eager to set forth for Thanveneer. I have Kral's instructions in hand. If you are ready to set out, then so are we. Having been to Thanveneer before, I can travel by Aetherite, but what of the rest of you? Another sea voyage would waste time we do not have. Krile was of the same mind, and we have already secured the aid of good folk of the Confluence. We'll take ourselves there. The Confluence, thou sayest? I'm afraid so, my friend. Thou wilt recall the hunt for Iceheart, unto whose sanctuary we delivered thee, owing to the knowledge of our comrade Moonbreeda. Minbrita was an authority on aetherology, a field of study she did embark upon in pursuit of her parents' example. But both are authorities in their own right, and both are researchers at the Confluence. Haven't you gone to see them yet? I attempted to do so earlier, but to my shame, my courage failed me at the last. As it hath many times, I sought to reach out to them after sending that fateful letter. Neither time nor introspection have revealed unto me the words I should speak, and thus I have kept my silence. Whether you come with us or no is your choice and yours alone. If it is too difficult, we'll manage. Thou art kind to say so, but I have no intention of forsaking our cause. I shall go to the Confluence, and I shall face that which hath long been overdue. If it's settled, then let us be off. When we arrive, we should look for a researcher named Kate. What aetherites am I missing? Journey's End. Oh, I bungled that one pretty badly. I walked right by it. No one to blame but myself. This man over here, like, yes, yes. Well, now this is a rather a lot of stern faces. Are my library books overdue again? Not to our knowledge. We're associates of Kryl and the students of Valdesian. We seek passage to Thavnir and understand that you can assist us. Ah, the test subjects. Welcome, welcome. Test subjects. Oh, you hadn't heard? Well, then allow me to explain. So in order to travel to an aetherite, you ordinarily need to be attuned to it beforehand. Otherwise, you can't use it as a beacon to seek out while you're a mess of aether hurtling along the life stream. An inconvenient but incontrivable limitation of aetherite teleportation. But what if I were to tell you there's a way to travel to an aetherite without being attuned to it? A way to teleport instantly to places you've never been. For long years, we've labored to make such travel possible, that people might move about more freely. And we've finally done it. We've created a new kind of aetherite that doesn't require attunement. Truly, that changes everything. Well, my language may have been a bit misleading. The user needs not attune to those aetherites, but the aetherite themselves must have been pre-attuned to each other, thereby facilitating travel between the 2 points. But it just so happens that our first test pair of aetherites, one has been installed here in Sharlayan, and the other in Yeldaman-Had, a port town in Thavnir. As you may know, our nation has long maintained strong ties with Rezidhan, and indeed we owe much of this breakthrough to the contributions of their alchemists. So to sum it up, we're to test these aetherites. How fortuitous for you. I should mention that an accident has impaired my ability to channel ether. Will this be a problem? Not at all. As a matter of fact, you might say these aetherites are made for people like your good self. The magics imbued within will whisk you away without any effort on your part. A veritable dream come true, and far be it from me to worry about such things, but do we have permission to make use of your shiny new invention? The only permission required is yours, so assuming you're willing, we're all set. It may come as a surprise, but we're actually struggling to find test subjects. Most people seem to have unreasonable fear of their souls gradually disintegrating as they drift helplessly in the lifestream, in the statistically unlikely event that something goes awry. But it's plain that you aren't most people. Mistress Krill truly knows how to pick 'em. If I might change the subject, are Master Wolfson and Mistress Blauwede not present today? Oh, you didn't hear? They've recently reassigned their expertise was needed elsewhere. A large-scale project helmed by the Forum itself, as I understand. But I'm not privy to the details. I see. Any other questions? No, then let's get going before you change your minds. Please see to your preparations and head outside to the Aetherite Plaza. I'll be along shortly. What's down here? There's definitely stuff going on down there. I'm trapped in this building. Given my experience with teleportation, I'd be lying if I said I didn't have some reservations, but I will trust in Cryle. Though words unsaid yet weigh heavy on my heart, I shall devote mine all to our task in Thavnir. I guess Justinian just already left. He's like, bye.
Right, we're all set.
No, there he is.
Just the four of you, was it?
3. I'm already attuned to the crystal in Thavnir.
You are? Oh. I would have preferred more test subjects. Oh, well, never mind. If our 3 travelers could line up here, please.
He's like, oh hell no.
Yes, right there is fine. Take a deep breath, and I'll soon have you soaring through the ether. Oh, and one last thing. You might experience a teensy-weensy touch of violent ethereal sickness.
Nice.
Good luck!
What?
I'm sure it'll be fun. The Thavnir's far. I was wondering how we were gonna get there, cause it's like better off taking a fucking boat from Doma. I was like, we can just go to Doma.
Thavnir, home to city-state Rads Athan. Rising from the southeast waters of the Bounty, this Isle of Plenty served as the battleground for a conflict between 2 peoples. Their cultures bled into one another until a unique amalgamation was distilled from the chaos, in a process not unlike their precious alchemy. Once solidified as a single nation, an adamant stance of neutrality would hold invaders at bay. For a time. Now across this vibrant isle creeps a fog of malice. What choice do you have? What chance?
Oh, Stinian hates
against such an insidious foe.
I've seen fairer faces after a bout of bad shellfish. Let me bring you something to drink. That should help settle your bellies.
Estinian, please hold my bunny ears back when I hurgle.
There was a note with Kryle's instructions. Don't let Estinian roam the markets alone. He's alarmingly bad with coin.
Oh, he's gonna buy squid! We gotta protect the gill! Collie's like, I feel like trash. But my god, I will protect my money. You managed to will yourself to your feet, but given your condition, will you be able to reach Estinian in time? Well, let me attune to this thing before I yarts all over myself. Oh no! I'm literally dying. God, this is funny though. Estinian, don't do it. She will help me. Put your little footies on my shoulders and carry me. Estinian. You there. I need 3 drinks. Something helps with aether sickness. But the Mencia... A traveler! I mean, greetings and welcome. You are wise, good sir, to come to me. My special Amra Lassi, made with only the finest and freshest ingredients, is famed for calming unruly bellies. By the way, a warm welcome of Thavnir. I am pleased to offer it to you for the low price of 19,800 gil. Not one, not 2, but 3 bottles. A bargain amongst bargains. The price is highway robbery, and you want to say as much, Justinian, but you realize any words of warning you cry out would only be accompanied by your last meal. You must stand before Justinian, using gestures, deny that the deal is fair. Justinian, you gotta stop. Deny. I thought you could barely stand. What do you need to tell me so that that's so urgent? Wait, I shouldn't buy the lassie. This merchant is swindling me. Serious apologies, sir, but I appear to have my prices confused. It's actually 1,890 gil for 3 bottles of lassie. That confusion would have been quite costly for both of us. Very well then, your coin. Estinian, you didn't grow up rich. How did this happen to you? Here, a bottle for each of you. Take them to the others and get some rest. I'll be back after I've explored the town. What do you got? Grade 8? Holy shit. Hold on. This is not gonna ever help Akali, but... Am I still sick? Here you go. Praise be the 12. My stomach doth loosen its death grip. My heartfelt thanks to thee and Estinian, and to the fine fruits of this land. You were in time? Excellent. You've spared us Tataru's wrath. Sweet release. If you haven't already, you should have yours too. Right. I'm ready to get on with it. The lassie truly worked wonders. This is very reminiscent to the Turks theme in Final Fantasy VII. The snaps. Back on your feet, I see. Thy hair. I have bound it. 'Tis the most I could do against the heat, short of shedding my armor. May I ask where you got the cord for it? A local vendor. The man said it's Thanarian weave, tough and not easily unraveled. How much did it cost? 9,400 gil, a steal, I was told. 'Tis nothing fancy, but I've always valued function over form. That's incredible. I dare say not even Alphinaud can hold a candle to you. It's not uncommon for merchants to set their prices high, but doesn't it seem a bit excessive here? This is the smartest thing Akali said all game, actually. I'm inclined to agree with thine assessment. It doth seem excessive, yet unusually so. Claiming Thanaria as its domain, the nation of Razat Han hath long thrived as a hub of commerce. In the beginning, there were Arkasodra, a Magadha tribe indigenous to this land. Over time, they came to be joined by other races, and though their intermingling, a culture rich and distinct did emerge. From alchemy to textiles, the products of Hainish culture have come to be celebrated and coveted the world over, a development only aided by the nation's prime location as a waypoint between east and west. All of this hath combined to make a trading power of Razat Han, yet such a status cannot be taken for granted. Nay, it must needs be maintained through judicious governance and stringent regulation. Neither of which I see any evidence, given the merchants as a gateway town are free to fleece hapless travelers and tarnish the reputation of the nation at large. Just so, the opportunist pricing is rampant, doth suggest that oversight is much weakened, or mayhap that the people have fallen upon hard times. Whatever the truth may be, 'twould be prudent to ascertain the current state of affairs. Prudent and practical, aye. We have naught to lose by learning more. So ere we seek out Kryl's acquaintance, shall we see what information we can gather here in Yildamad? Excellent. We didn't exactly get off to a flying start, but we'll make up for it. So, I didn't see a Charlian teleport in my teleportation maps. Is it in other now? Oh yeah, the Northern Empty. Finally the others is filled with something. Very neat. I've just walked away. Sorry, I got excited. Be thou assured that I am quite recovered. Lassie is truly a boon for an unruly stomach. Is it truly so amusing to see my hair bound? It's how I used to wear it. A functional fashion. Perhaps you were confused by how you found me following Nidhogg's demise. It had fallen loose after the Shurgans removed me from my armor and put me to bed. I simply decided to leave it that way for a time, seeing as I would not don the Azure Dragoon's helm again. You don't have to explain your hair to me, Istini. I understand. His stomach behaving once more, Thancred is ready to get to work. Right, let us split up and make inquiries in town. Akali, the pier is yours. Once we have learned what we can regroup by the Aetherite, putting though the mere sight of it may be. I did touch that already, didn't I? I did. What's the map looking like here? Oh. 3 here again. Interesting. The crate is laden with fruits, but they are on the verge of spoiling as if they have been left too long. The carbuncles make me think they are things. What am I doing? Oh, recording my sales. Still do it daily out of habit, though I don't know why I bother. Hardly sell anything these days. Business has never been this terrible, but I suppose things could have been worse. I have a consortium to keep afloat, like Kazazal. I don't envy his position. Better to be alone with my little operation, I've come to realize. You're a traveler, by the looks of you. If you have a moment, perhaps you could pay Kazazal a visit? He'd be glad from your tidings from abroad. Like as not, you'll find him in the Saltwind Sails, the harbor guild building across the water from here. Is that the diamond? Is that the diamond armor? Ooh, that looks fucking nice. Do the wings open up to do little shooty things? No. Would be cool though. The big gem right there. That helmet is absolutely sick. The tailpipes are a little dumb, but it fucking looks incredibly choice. It's the ruby one. I've seen that one. Gives the chocobo some teeth. I can get closer. Gazing out from the pier, you spy boats moored by nearby islands, with the silhouettes of larger seafaring vessels further away. Compared to other ports you have visited in the past, there appears to be very little activity. Well now, if it isn't the Traveler. You're a rare sight in these unsettled times. People have been giving us a wide berth since that accursed tower suddenly appeared on Nidhana. If it just stood there and loomed ominously, perhaps things would be fine after a fashion, but no, it had to spawn fell fiends as well. We still have our lives thanks to the Radiant Host, but business is as good as dead. What will become of us? Only the gods know. The Dalmaskins aren't coming, but we already have everything they ordered. What are we supposed to do with it? I don't know, but yelling at me isn't going to help. All I know is that their plans have changed, and that's that. Look, you must have known this might happen. The Empire is at war with itself, and the provinces are in chaos. And then there's the tower sitting on our doorstep, spitting out monstrosities. The city has its defenses, but we've been afforded no protection out here. We can't blame foreigners for not wanting to take the risk. But this will be an enormous loss. Alright, forget about the Dalmaskins. Surely some ships are still coming. We have fresh produce, handcrafts, medicines, all the pre-Nero Hainish favorites. Our consortium works closely with merchants and artisans to supply only the finest wares. Quality is guaranteed. I know all these things, Kazalzal, I do. Which is why I regret to say I have nothing for you. All voyages have been cancelled or indefinitely postponed. And you are? Wait, you're a foreigner, are you not? A merchant? Please tell me you're a merchant. I see. That's a shame. I'm sorry, but we're discussing important matters. If you need something, please talk to one of the others. Excuse me? My name is Matsya, and I'm here to see Kazalzal. Oh, it seems he's busy. I'll come back later then. They have such sad faces. I hope these people aren't rude to these big elephants. I'll be pissed. It seems like they all get along well enough, but these guys all seem to be talking and doing merchant stuff together, but I swear to God, if I see anyone bully an elephant, I will fucking rain hellfire upon this shitty little island. You think you got problems? Wait till you will have problems. Yes, can I help you? I remember seeing you back at the guild. You wanted to speak with Kazalzal too, did you? I'm Matsya, a fisherman of Akalai, a nearby village. I sell my catch to Kazalzal, who offers it to foreign merchants, but he hasn't bought anything for a while now. When I heard that the consortium had been struggling, I became worried and decided to come and see him. Just as soon as he's free anyway. He's a hardworking man and I dare not disturb him. Ooh, 80 more. Should I level something else up? I feel like I should level something else up. Well, I don't know how far. The 81 dungeon's probably... It's gonna probably be a bit and then immediately go into 82. Yeah, I should stick with the one class until I actually hit a wall. I feel like I will eventually hit a wall. Matsya regards you nervously. If I may ask, what is it that you do? An adventurer, you say, and you travel the world helping people? Then that must mean you're great at dealing with strangers. Please, won't you teach me to be like you? You see, I bought some fresh fish with me, the portion I couldn't preserve, and I want to sell them. The problem is I'm terrible with people. I've only ever dealt with Kazakazal, and I can't talk to customers without getting my trunk in a twist. So, please, as silly as it might sound, will you not peddle the fish in my stead and show me how it's done? If you're willing, please let me know, and we can begin at once. The events to follow cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel pending duty finder registrations. It's time to become a fish seller. You'll do it then? Show me how to deal with customers? I'll be in your debt. Right. Please try peddling my fish to, shall we say, 3 people here in Yeldelmat, and I will observe you and learn. Matsya is now accompanying you. Please keep him at your side in order to proceed with your quest objectives. You can leave Matsya behind, and all that good stuff. I would never leave Matsya behind. Matsya is my friend, and I love him. I was a little, I'm not gonna lie, I was a little cold on these elephant people when they introduced them, but look at that sad, beautiful face. Perfect. Let's go. Let's sell some fishies. Come. We sell. Yes? Greetings, friend. How fare you of late? Greetings to you too. I suppose I'm well enough, given the circumstances. Things have settled down somewhat, but it was utter chaos when the tower first appeared. Everyone grabbing whatever they could, trampling over each other to get to the city. Many remain there for now, but I could not stay away. I had to come back to continue my life, such as it is. Whether or not it was the right choice, only time will tell. There's no place like home, but don't do anything dangerous, eh? Oh, trust me, I don't. I make sure to keep well clear of the tower, and when more monsters emerge from it, I'm heading to the Radiant Host. I'm gonna heed the Radiant Host instructions. I hope they deal with it soon, so we can get back to our normal lives, to the days when you could earn as much as you gave and tuck them into a meal, satisfied that you did good work. Speaking of meals, why not have some fresh fish today? Fresh fish, you say? Oh, you're a fishmonger. When you bait me like that, how can I not bite? Very well, give me some of your fish. Thank you for your custom. The catch of the day is Shallow's cod, delectably stewed in coconut milk or baked with sprinkle of salt. I could never actually do that in real life. Where you like start a conversation and then you do like, but how about how about you help yourself to some like and buy this product? It just feels, I don't know, I could never be a salesman like that. you do a swim? You do swim! Look at you swim. Big boys. I was worried I would lose you. Alright, are you ready? Are you ready for me to make another sail? A hawker, are you? Do you sell fruit by chance? If so, I want to buy some umra. Let's say a dozen. They don't need to be export quality. Armor Shrama. Well, that does... what do you need so... I don't know how I'm going to get a sale out of this one. This girl needs his fruit. All I have is fish. What do you need so many armor for? Why, for eating, of course. It may seem like a lot, but of late, I go through that much in no time at all. I'm a shock taker by trade, but with no vessels coming these days, the wares are beginning to pile up. By the same token, nothing is coming in from overseas, but not a day goes by that someone doesn't come asking for the next shipment is arriving for this and that and this and that. And all of it wears me down, and I find myself feeling constantly hungry. I know how you feel. Thank you. A pity you don't sell fruit, but I enjoyed our little chat. It took my mind off my troubles for a moment. Oof. I fucked it up. I'm sorry. Never mind. If nothing else, you left her with a positive impression. Let's move to the north side of town, shall we? Damn, I should have been more forward with my fish sales. I don't know, she really wanted fruit. I'm really sorry I let you down, Matsia. We'll get him next time. What is it? If you don't mind, I'm rather busy. Oh gods, my stomach! Oh, this will be an easy sale, I think. Aether sickness? No, nothing so unusual. In my hurry to get back to work, I just ate a little too quickly. Some fresh fish will settle your stomach, and mine are the freshest of all. Ah! Food is the last thing I need right now. Go and sell your fish to someone else. I really fucked. Never mind. We just approached him at a bad timing, and timing is everything, yes? Thank you so much for your demonstration. It was truly an eye-opening experience. Come, let us return to the pier. I did get this man a single sale, though, and that should be rewarded. I knew... Come on, I'm sorry. I think that one I had to really chat up. The other girl I needed to be like, Arma Shmarma, have some fish. Now I know what to do on my my me and maybe. Thank you so much for showing me how to talk to customers. You managed to sell to one of 3 people you approached. It was difficult, but when you put your mind to it, you succeeded. Though you did fail too. But there are lessons to be learned in both success and failure. By applying yours, I'll endeavor to become a better peddler. Still, there's only so much I can do alone. I hope that things will return to normal for Kazazel soon. I thought I heard a familiar voice. And who should it be but Matsia? Kazahel, have you finished your business at the guild? Ah, so you were there too. Forgive me, try as I might, I can't find any buyers. And with no ships coming in and hardly any going out, there simply aren't any options. At this rate. So you can't buy my fish anymore? I'm sorry, Mattia, I'm truly am, but for now you must peddle your own goods. But by myself, I can't. I want to help you, I do, but as it stands, I can barely help myself. I've poured it all into my consortium, and I'll be damned if I let it fall apart. My friends and family depending on me, and I can't. I won't fail them. Sisters as my witness. Kazuza. Not to worry. Using what I learned from you, I'm sure I'll manage somehow. Well, I best return to my village. My thanks again, and please take care on the road. That's a sweet lad. I see you've been busy. Managed to learn a tidbit or two, I trust? I see. We also heard that the tower is affecting many locals' livelihoods, but to think that it would be to such an extent. For another notable, if not wholly unexpected, discovery, disappearance, and kidnappings are disturbingly commonplace. As before, the culprits are almost certainly tempered Imperial soldiers. And as before, they mean to use the faith for their hapless thralls to call forth the lunar primal. Business as usual for the Teloralfrey. Helping a struggling fisherman you've only just met to peddle his catch. Yes, you would do something like that. Mayhap owing to the island's small size, the tower's impact upon the people's lives doth appear more pronounced here than in Eorzea. Judging by his furrowed brow, something important has occurred to Estinian. That Matsia fellow you were helping, he's Akrasodra, is he not? Apparently, 'tis most exclusively his people that are being kidnapped. Should he be traveling alone? Oh. If summoning is this perpetrator's aim, it doth stand to reason that Akrasodra would be the primary target. For 'tis the faith of their ancestors which prevaileth in this land, and many are devout adherents still. We better go after him. Akalai lies to the west, as I recall, the same direction as Kryle's acquaintance, incidentally. It's settled, then. Keep your eyes peeled while we make for the village. You do not see Matsia nearby, but the elevated ground up ahead may provide a better vantage point. Holy fuck. He looks so angry. You do not see Matsia from here either. No, leave me alone! Help! Somebody help! Matsia's voice, and it came from the north. Do not hurt him. Do not hurt him. That is my buddy. Where did they go? Why are you here? I see you found him in time. You and your friends came to look for me? I don't know how to thank you. On my way home, I took a moment to stop and rest, think about what to do about my, well, everything. And then those men came. Kidnappers. We've heard that Arcasodra were being targeted. Surely you have as well. Perhaps it's best if you took refuge in the city. We've considered it, me and the others, but fishing is all we know. The ocean all we have. I see. That's your decision. That's your decision to make, but you should take care not to travel alone. A question, if I may. 'Tis our understanding that strange fiends have emerged from the tower. What canst thou tell us of these beings? Not much, I'm afraid. I have no idea what they are, but I've heard some bear an unsettling resemblance to our divinities. For that reason, we have taken to calling the tower Zot, a house of divinities. In the old tongue, it means. But they're not true divinities. They're monstrous imitations that bring only death. To have one's faith so twisted is a grievous indignity, and full justified art thou in thine outrage. Know that 'tis for no other purpose but to neutralize the tower that we have journeyed to this land. In time, we may be forced to contend with these false gods, and thus we would learn all that we may about them. Wilt thou not tell us of thy divinities and their true nature? You've come all this way to save us? Really? To think I had you peddling fish. But to answer your question, yes, of course. We would gladly tell you about our gods. We, I say because I'm a terrible storyteller, and I'd ask my fellow villagers to do it. So please come to our village. We're good, gods-fearing folk, all of us, and we'd be honored to share our knowledge. And fish. What sayest thou? Shall we pay a visit to Ekalai? Wonderful! Just follow the road west and down the hill. You can't miss it. So, 'tis the simulacra of the Thanavian gods that are being summoned. If any doubt existed before, there can be none now. The kidnapped Hainish are imprisoned in the tower. I pray that we will be able to save them. Though indeed, saving them will mean confronting their false gods, like as not. Aye, as you said, we do well to study their religious traditions. To Akalai. Ooh. I stumbled across none of these in, Labyrinthos, actually. I don't know. They said they made this sort of thing easier. Oh, they definitely did. Yeah, they weren't kidding. It's absurdly easier. Oh, these are oh, past ones are easier. Current ones still difficult. Understood. Charming little village. Shame about the hideous tower. Actually, yeah, I don't think I've ever been like this close to the towers before. That's actually really exciting. I'm tempted to kind of I guess we'll go there eventually. I imagine we will, but I really want to get super close up to it and look at it. Familiar though I am with myths and legends of this island, to hear them spoken by heirs to the storied heritage giveth them new life. Welcome to Akali, my friends. The name means white beach, and there isn't much here save that, but please make yourselves at home. Your companions have already begun talking to everyone. Feel free to show yourself around and do the same. Any one of us can tell you about our gods, but you could do worse than to start with Kagna and old Helstroda. They're free at the moment, as it happens. You wish to know about our gods? What a curious visitor you are. Most want fish. In any case, I'm happy to oblige. Now, I don't know how it is once you hail, but our isle is home to many gods. They can be divided into two groups. The Manusa, beings of wisdom, who assume the forms of men, and the Murga, beings of might, who assume the form of beasts. Together, they are divinities, their forms and personalities many and varied. Some are kind and gentle, others stern and temperamental, just like we mortals can be. All are possessed of great insight and experience, and by heeding their teachings, we strive to be better people and live better lives. Interested in learning about our gods, you say? That's what I like to hear. Pick up your ears then and listen. In ancient times, the Mansuya and the Murga, deities who look like men and beasts, respectively, were locked in conflict. Eventually, seeking the wisdom of the Manusa, the Murga cast aside their own heads and took up those of their foes. Likewise, the Manusa coveted the might of the Murga, and so they too resolved to trade heads. They were born new gods, possessed of both might and wisdom, and they ushered in an age of harmony between the two factions. From then on, as a sign of their esteem for one another, the Manusa have worn animal faces, and the Murga the limbs of men. Okay. There you are. Learned a thing or two about our gods, I trust? While you were off talking to the others, I remembered something that may be of interest. If you could let your friends know, I'll go and fetch them from my home at once. Apologies for the wait. I wish to show you this hanging scroll, which depicts 3 of our most revered deities. By all means, we should like to see it. I was just thinking about this. I think this was shown in a live letter, but I had already forgotten. But I was just thinking about summons that we had not seen in Final Fantasy yet, and what primals, were in our future. And, the sisters. The Moth Sisters? That's who these are. Yeah. And I was just thinking about them. It's they're probably one of the only ones that, we had not seen yet. Aside from Pandemonium, who will probably be in the next raid tier, in Final Fantasy VIII. But we've seen all, the big ones, the classics and whatnot. Ifrit, Shiva, Titan. The brothers are in Eureka. We technically fought Doom Train, and there's Moogles and Cactars, and even Bismarck. Unicorns are a mount. Hades we've seen. Actually, let me see if I can pinpoint any that we are absolutely missing. Bahamut, Ifrit, Leviathan, Odin, Ramu, Shiva, Titan. A lot of these are just monsters. Phoenix, Alexander, Bahamut, Bismarck, Katsith, Carbuncle, Fenrir, Ifrit, Kieran. I don't know if we've seen Kieran. I think that's the big pig. Lakshmi we've seen, Midgar Stormer, Odin, Phoenix, Quizzical, Ragnarok we have not seen, although that's usually a ship. Ramu, Siren, Unicorn, Zona Seeker, Cactar, Diablos, Gilgamesh, Leviathan, Hades, Knights of the Round we saw. Oh, Kujata was the big pig I was thinking. Kujata we have not seen. Typhoon we've seen. Yeah, aside from like Pandemonium and like a couple small ones. They are Mensuya. You heard about them already, yes? 3 sisters. The center one is the eldest, Sinduruva, the goddess of wisdom. For this, alchemists hold her in the highest. To her right is the middle sister, Sandurova, a goddess of wealth. She counts many traders among her followers. And on the left is Mindurova, the youngest sibling. She presides over the crafts, and so is beloved by the weavers. Although each is worshipped for different reasons, the sisters are usually portrayed together in these works, which people keep in their homes for good fortune. In like fashion to the Minsuya, the deities of Eorzea preside over myriad aspects of life. And what of the Murga, if I may ask? The Murga hold power over nature in ages past. They were revered as guardian deities in times of conflict. If you have occasion to visit our temples and ruins, you'll find their images there. Among them is a god who possesses a Gaja's head, and he is invigorated as the progenitor of the Axcadrora. And then there are dragons. They occupy a special place in our history. You worship dragons too. It's said that an ancestor of the Starab, that's the ruler of Arazet Han, forged a covenant with a dragon divinity in ancient times. This divinity has since acted as the guardian deity of the satrap. Legend holds that if the satrap is in need, the dragon ally will fly to his aid. Dragon ally. You claim to be a terrible storyteller, but nothing could be further from the truth. The passion you bear for your faith is plain to hear, and I am confident that the information you've given us will serve us well in our efforts to deal with the tower. That is very kind of you to say. Thank you. I will pray for your success. Right, I believe it's time we sought out Kryle's acquaintance, an alchemist by the name of Nidhana. According to Kryle's notes, we're to find her at a place called the Great Work, further north along the coast. Metsia has a shine in his eyes that wasn't there before. Did you say you were going to see Nidhana? Oh, how I envy you. She's brilliant and beautiful and kind and understanding. And did I say she's beautiful? I could stare at her dainty ears and adorable trunk all day. And those eyes, when you meet her, take care you don't drown in them. I'll do my best. I really want to go look at this tower, and nothing is, I think I'm supposed to be going this way anyway, but I am going to get super close and personal with that tower. I saw saw that man trying to climb some cliffs and failing, so I went the other way, because I was about to do the same thing. Maybe the tower is just out of range. I could have sworn you could get to it, though. Not going on over there. But me? I'm tower bound. I just really want to look at it, and I can't wait until we get there. There it is. Wow, you really can. I bet this is the dungeon. I bet I'm getting slightly ahead of myself. I just... I actually think it might be a denied passage in just a second. I don't know if there's a way for me to actually get up there. I gotta try. No, I see a place for me to get up. Swim, Macaulay. Oh, it like sucked the land dry. It's all dead up there. It's not gonna let me. I'm gonna hit the wall. No! Yeah, I did discover loot. Oh, that is a tragedy, actually. This is the closest we've ever been. You can see its door. I can't turn my camera because otherwise I'll be underwater. Can I be underwater? No, it's too shallow. Sad. Yeah, out of bounds. Oh well. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. No, I know, it's really, really bad. I have to switch characters after this and it's gonna take me an hour. And even if I, once I'm in the queue, I have to pray that I don't get booted out of the queue, because that happens so frequently. It happened to me 3 times trying to prepare for stream. Yeah, the lobby connection errors were absolutely, just befuckling me. I had to delay stream a half hour, because I just kept getting hit by them. Oof. It was really bad last night, and it was pretty bad today. Ooh. Oh hell yeah. I was doing that too. I finished 8 of them, I think. I wanted to finish more, but I did not succeed. I have a whole bunch of them nearly done though.
What happened here?
Their dress marks them as alchemists. I see no evidence of injury or poison.
Thinkest thou they but slumber?
I believe so. Whether it is by choice is another question entirely.
Oh, we have guests. You must excuse the poor welcome. Long days and longer nights have taken their toll, as you can see.
This is a cute little aura boy.
I am Vashan, servant to the satrap. My task was, in fact, to wake these good men and women, if you will allow.
Oh, yeah. That one I think is the worst step, the 15 Crystal Tower raids. Because, like, man, if people weren't doing it, then, like, there was too many times where I would wait for the castrum to pop, and then we would fail it, because people couldn't do Leon or Lion or something like that, so I wasted about 2 hours when I could have done, I don't know, 6 Crystal Tower runs.
People of the great work, I come bearing new scales.
Scales? We have new scales?
Oh, man.
Yes, my friends. Gather round. I have them right here.
Now I can continue my experiment.
Many thanks.
One for me.
Those are dragon scales.
Yes, such materials are vital to their most pressing research.
And we are fortunate to have them. Our experiments are so close to bearing fruit. Soon we will have a talisman capable of nullifying the etheric emissions from that accursed tower.
Oh, the Varus EX fight? Yeah. Make your own party finder and see what happens. But yeah, it's unfortunate that the dialable pieces are there and are very not easy to get. It's probably not too bad a fight now. But it was like, really? For dyeable armor? You can't even do a learning party for it? So long as you've unlocked it, I think you can form a party for learning how to clear it.
Did I say something wrong? Are you not here with Varshan? Wait, who are you people? Of course! You're the one Kryl sent. The warrior of light we've been waiting for.
Oh, this is a day of celebration. Praise be to Cinderuva!
The winds have shifted. I feel it. The end to our toil is near.
I feel it too. My head hasn't been this clear in days.
Tell me, how did you acquire those scales?
Curious that it concerns you so. But worry not. They were freely given by the dragon with whom our satrap has forged a lawful pact.
That is well.
You must be quite familiar with Dragonkin, yes?
Is this their congealed blood I see on your weapon?
Speaking of dragon blood, you yourself have been infused with it, have you not? I should like to draw a file or two, if so.
Now, see here. Come along, come along. I must insist that you visit our laboratory.
Cease your shoving, or so help me.
Bye, Estinian.
Oh dear, your poor companion. What with the new scales and your timely arrival, my colleagues are a little giddy with excitement. No harm will come to him, I promise. Meanwhile, shall we find a quiet place to talk? As you may have guessed, I am Nidhana, the alchemist who sent a request to your Mistress Kryl. We have workshops across the nation collaborating on this research project. But it is here, at the Great Work, where I collate our results. Come with me, all of you, and I can explain the crux of the situation.
Yep. That's how it was during Shadowbringers. All the tanks are gunbreakers and all the DPS are dancers. Allow me to thank you for answering our call. Many towers have appeared around the world, and we are grateful that you would assist us with ours. Though Kryl herself is tied up with another investigation, Akali is an eminently capable substitute, and we will spare no effort to aid you. Dancer is fun. Ooh, new summoner. New summoner is real good. I tried it out on a dummy on my main, and it feels like I won't have any problems. It's real good. So if I understand correctly, you seek to make talismans that can nullify etheric emissions. Indeed we do. As you know, the tower emits a vast concentrations of aether. One cannot go anywhere near it without being tempered. Well, everyone technically got nerfed. As such, we can only study the tower from afar, and are powerless to deal with it in any consequential way. In order to strike back, the Stratablade, as alchemists, create enchanted talismans that will allow our soldiers to venture into the tower, even should they lack innate protection. Could such a thing be possible? Admittedly, we are still in the midst of testing, but we are quite confident. Even prior to this, our people have long pursued countermeasures against the etheric corruption of primals. Of the methods tested to date, those utilizing dragon scales proved the most promising. Owing to their etheric density, the scales are highly resistant to disruptive forces. The mightier the dragon, the greater the resistance. We seek to amplify this protective property through our alchemy. Thanks to the scales provided by His Excellency, we have been able to make steady progress with the talisman. And soon we will be ready to conduct a field test. And here is where you and your blessing of light come in. What exactly is it that you need me to do? Oh, I see. Nothing complicated, I assure you. We ask only that you serve as an escort. I will explain in further detail later, but you will be venturing into a tower's field of influence. And so, for your own safety, I would first test how well your blessing shields you. With your permission, of course. In that case, Arianja and I will find a way to make ourselves useful. Seeing as you all work to the point of collapse, I suspect you could do with a few more hands. We would be grateful for any assistance you could provide. If you are ready, then let us put your blessing to the proof. If you exit the Great Work and turn south, there will be a hill to the right. We'll meet you at the top after seeing to some preparations. I hope you didn't find trouble finding this place or climbing the hill. Not all are accustomed to physical strain. I give you the fruit of our sweat, tears, and many sleepless nights, the drunken Deepa. A Deepa is a lantern, presented to the gods as an offering. Taking inspiration from the tradition, we created this device to test the talisman's efficiency. Upon activation, it will move a certain distance before emitting a powerful blast of aether. In lieu of corruption, those lacking sufficient protection will experience severe aether sickness. For your test, you will be exposed 4 times. That should be enough to ascertain your blessing's protective capability. Oh, I see. Please begin whenever you're ready. I shall be observing from a safe distance. Commencing etheric exposure testing. Repeat, commencing etheric exposure testing. Retreat to a safe distance if you are not the subject. Pay no mind to the sprout behind the curtain. I don't know what this thing wants from me. The subject has no irrepressible urge to empty their stomach. Confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow. Oh, yeah. Wish I understood this little lantern. I'm having a hard time making it do what I need it to do. I can't really get any farther back. Is my minion having a problem? Okay, you have to be... There we go. Goodness gracious. Cashing with 16 is doable, assuming everybody knows what they're doing. Subject stomach and bowel integrity holding confirmed. Resuming test subject. Resuming test. Please follow. You can do castrum with like, you can do it with his because castrum changes depending. You get the echo, so you can do the castrum with few. 16 isn't bad. I'm getting all the way back. I'm not doing this again with you little fucking lantern. There we go. Subject fortitude rated impressive. No irregularities. Confirmed. Assuming test. Please follow and brace for final discharge. Etheric exposure to testing concluded. Please collect and deliver me to a supervising alchemist. Congratulations on retaining your composure and your humors. Ah, you've returned. And not on your knees. A promising sign, but come, let me take the Deepa off your hands. Yeah, take this little bastard. Thank you. I shall replenish his ether for when we test the talisman. So no dizziness or nausea or anything of the sort? You're perfectly fine? With your strength of your blessing, then the strength of your blessing is beyond doubt. There is no risk that the tower will corrupt your ether. For this, we can request your aid for the task ahead with easy hearts. Nidhana regards you with those eyes you could drown in. You're a capable warrior too, are you not? Would you be amenable to assisting me with another errand? You see, our talisman requires the use of a special ink, but we have exhausted the stores of our key ingredient, for it's spiritweed. The herb grows not far from here, and I would like you to go and harvest some. With the great spate of kidnappings, however, we Akasodra travel alone at our peril. Will you not come with me as escort? I would compensate you for your troubles, of course. I am in your debt. Without further ado, let us head to Gajia's footsteps. It is situated on the road which runs east of the Great Work. It may simply be imagining it, but I feel as though we're being followed. Look out, Akali! Gods, that gave me a fright. To think that the moment I ventured outside the safety of the work, thank the sisters I asked you to come with me. You're all right, I hope. Good, good. Let's continue on then. It isn't far now, just through the pillars and up the rise. And here we are, Kajia's footsteps. Kajia was a great dancer, and those who follow her, well, you know, they come to this place to train and dedicate their dance to their ancestors. A happy benefit of this is the spirit weed that grows here in abundance. I will set about harvesting it at once, if you would be so good as to stand guard. The kidnappers aren't like to return soon, but better safe than sorry.
Yes, that would be Radzad Khan. Hardly anyone has been allowed in or out since our troubles with the tower began. The faithful citizens huddle inside the city walls, and commerce has all but ground to a standstill. I pity the satrap, the trials he must be facing.
What can you tell me of the satrap?
Well, he is the most important person in Radzad Khan. Long ago, this island was home to two tribes of Matanga, the Gajasura and the Arkasodra. When the Aura came to these shores, it was the Arkasodra with whom they joined forces. Together they defeated the warlike Gajasura, forcing them to flee Thavnair altogether. Peace and prosperity reigned for a time, until a clan of Hjor from the mainland decided they wanted the island for themselves. It was a direct ancestor of the present satrap who arbitrated that conflict and welded the warring factions into the nation we know today. And ever since, a member of that esteemed lineage has inherited this somewhat unique position. You see, by and large, the state is run by the people, but when problems arise, it is the satrap who mediates the solution. The stability provided by the satrap is what has allowed Radzad Khan to thrive all these years. And it was the satrap himself who entrusted us with this duty. We will not fail him, nor our countrymen.
What is the delay with the vessel? I told you I need to adjust those ratios.
Mandango?
I come all this way to admire one of my splendid towers, And what do I find? Fools attempting to ward off its tempering influence with magic trinkets. I seem to recall a similar experiment in ages past. What was that man's name? Oh something? Owen? Another body, another time. Who could be expected to remember every trivial detail?
Allowing them to construct such handy talismans would be counterproductive to my plans.
You okay there, Fandango?
And yet, I find myself deathly curious. How will they manage this feat with the limited knowledge and resources at their disposal? Complications be damned, for we cannot escape the nature of our souls. And I, as ever, am my own worst enemy.
I have enough spirit weed to last us a good while. Thank you for keeping watch. Let us head back to the great work, shall we? I was gonna do this exact same thing, but somebody beat me to it. The dancer performing on the big dancer stage. Akali, my thanks again for your assistance. With your help, we're a little bit closer to completing our talisman. This isn't much, but please accept it as a token of my gratitude. Little does Nidhana know that she is about to send you on another errand. If you'll excuse me, I shall return to my work on the talisman. Ah, you are both back. Excellent. I have a message for you, Mistress Nidhana. It would seem that the stores of Giant Gall are running low. What? But when I last looked, there was still plenty. I suspect this was before Urianger told everyone about their tempering cure, and Estinian shared his knowledge of dragons. Your peers have since been inspired to fashion a number of new talisman prototypes. I see. Well, if it leads to new possibilities, then far be it from me to complain, but we'll still need to replenish our stores. I should be happy to tend to this if you like. As much as I appreciate the offer, my dear boy, I can't good conscience send you out there alone while kidnappers are at large. Akali, loath though am I to press another task upon you so soon, might I ask you to fetch the giant skull? In case you're not familiar, giant skull is a type of ore found on an island. Owing to its hardness and ethereal conductivity, it has applications in many disciplines, alchemy not least of all. The quarry where it's found, aptly named Giant Skull Grounds, isn't far away, so it shouldn't take much of your time. May we impose upon you once more? Thank you. Upon arriving at the grounds, please seek out a man named Zayuna. He will furnish you with the ore. At the very least, permit me to accompany you. It so happens I have an errand of my own that will take me to the outpost nearby. Maybe borrow a pair of Hamsa, Mistress Nidhana? By all means, do try to be patient with them. Those that survived are still in training. I will bring Hamsa to the entrance. Meet me there when you are ready. Here are our Hamsa, Akali. If the creatures look familiar, it's because they are close kin to your Eorzean dodos. Hamsa have long been kept as livestock in Thavnir, and many a hatchery may be found here. Alas, the largest of these was recently raised by monsters from the tower. On account of said hatchery being situated near the tower, the Radiant Host repurposed its remnants as an outpost. This is where my errand takes me, and your own destination is but a stone's throw away. If you have no objections, let us first make for the outpost. We set forth at your word. You are ready? Then let us depart. You need only ride and relax. My bird and I will take the lead for yours to follow. Oh, hell yeah. The spectacular formation stretching out over the water is called Kadaga, a word which means sword. A sword, legend holds, was wielded by the Mansia against the Murga before it was cast down at conflict's end. To the left, and requiring no introduction, is the tower. As you can see, it straddles a small isle. Almost there, though the main part of the hatchery is atop the cliff, the outpost itself is on the beach. And here we are, manned by the Radiant Host. The outpost is our first line of defense against the tower. Well, well, who should it be but young Varshan, on an errand for the Satrap? I am. His Excellency bade me to come to collect your report. He also wished to express his heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women of the Radiant Host for their unflagging dedication. We simply do our duty. We are honored to receive His Excellency's regard. And yet, for his boundless benevolence, his treatment of one so young could be regarded as callous. Though we have enjoyed relative peace and calm these past few days, this remains the front line of battle. No place for children. Your predecessor too often traveled alone. It's been, what, 2 years now since you took over? I wonder how the fellow is faring. Like those before him, he went on to represent the Serap in the foreign lands. Wherever he may be now, I am certain he is well. As for myself, I assure you that all I do of my own volition, and gladly, I pray, you do not think ill of His Excellency. Certainly not, lad. Whatever happens, my faith in the satrap is unwavering. But still, I worry for you. We would be overcome with sadness if anything were to befall you, for you are a little brother to us all. Take care, do you hear? I will, Nadine. Thank you. And who might this be? Not Hainish, by the looks of her. Permit me to introduce a Kaliana of the Iorzian contingent, come to assist in the making of the Talesman. From Iorzia, you say? Towers have appeared over there too, yes? Tell me, what is the situation like? May I suggest that you exchange information with our soldiers? Both parties would stand to learn something of value, I believe. An excellent idea. Given the unprecedented nature of the threat, some of ours are understandably anxious. We would be glad for any tidings that you can share. You two bring Barshan the latest report and answer any questions he may have. Ah, I've heard about you, the visitor from Eorzea. Is there anything you can tell us about the Telephori? We know they're the ones behind the towers, and that they've declared war on the whole world, but why are they doing this? What is it that they want? This we don't understand. What? They want to die and take everyone with them? What madness is this? Well, you can bet we won't let those bastards have their way. We'll fight them with everything we have, like our Eorzean and Far Eastern brothers. You wish to know about the tower? To be honest, we know little and less about it ourselves. This Tower of Zot, as folk have taken to calling it, suddenly appeared here, where it did on the Isle of Nunar. We're safe from its influence at this distance, but go too far into the water and you'll expose yourself to its corrupting aether. You're a foreigner, aren't you? How are you dealing with the tower in your homeland? Our struggles are not unique. Then our hopes still lie with the Talesmans. We must keep the monsters contained until they're ready. It occurs to me I've yet to properly introduce our company. We are the Radiant Host, a military order under the Starup's command. Our duty is to preserve peace in the land, be it patrolling the streets or dealing with heretofore unknown threats such as now. We train hard and admit only capable warriors to our ranks. Even so, we struggled to contend with the fiends from the tower. Though we succeeded in striking them down on the 2 occasions they came in force, we had to pay a heavy price. What of the towers in Eorzea? Do they likewise spawn monsters? So it's much the same everywhere. With every nation struggling, we cannot expect calls for outside aid to be answered. Finished speaking with the soldiers, have you? I hope it was as enlightening for you as it was for them. As a neutral nation and trading hub both, Razet Han ordinarily receives a steady stream of news from abroad. Alas, the stream dried up when trading vessels stopped coming. Amidst the dearth of information, everyone will have been grateful for your account. But come, you had best see to your original errand, as mine will keep me here a while longer. However, I'm afraid I cannot guide you the rest of the way. Worry not, the path is straightforward, but you need follow the road upon the Hamsa. You will arrive before you know it. Brief though it was, I enjoyed our time together. Till we meet again. Though the Hamsa appears to want to return home, it reluctantly offers you its back. I do not think this is the way. I already forgot all the information that child told me. That is about what I expected. I can also have seen that on my mini-map, but you know. Boy, so hungry. Dommels. Dommels. No sooner do you arrive at your destination than the hamster dashes off. Aye, this is indeed the giant skull grounds, and I am Zinnia. Is there something you require? Giant skull for the alchemist, you say? But of course they shall have it. They labor tirelessly to deal with the tower, and 'tis the least we can do to provide them with the materials they need. Zinnia has a sack of giant skull for you. Here you are, a sack of purest giant skull. We always set some aside for our alchemist friends. When you deliver it, let the good folk at the Great Work know that we're grateful for their efforts. If they need more, they need but ask. Hold on. How badly are you gonna beat my ass? Let's go. Oh no, easy win. Hopefully. Excellent. Oh, actually, I wonder. Oh, just new. Character in general. Would it be in... I don't feel like it would be in battle. Mentor... So you get a title... Yeah, so obtain if you hit 80 at everything, you get the Amaro horn. Oh, and you get a headpiece if you get everything to 90. This better be the most amazing fucking headpiece in the world. It definitely isn't. This is what you get for 90? Oh. It's not worth it at all. Well, I was really hoping for another mount, but they give you a very mediocre headpiece. That's an A rank. I almost walked ass first into. Oh, welcome back, Akali. Dare I hope you have the giant skull? Oh my, such fine specimens. Thank you so much for bringing these to me. We now have everything we need to make our next prototype, one that should be capable of passing our most rigorous tests. When it is ready, it will be time for the true test, so please take your ease while you can.
I see our taskmasters have allowed you a moment's respite as well. You have to hand it to these alchemists. They are determined to see this endeavor of theirs succeed. I've never been one for blind optimism, but I sincerely get the sense they're close to a breakthrough.
They had better be, or all this effort was for naught.
The peoples of Eorzea, of the Far East, of Thavner, children of this star united in common cause against a dire threat. Yet ere they succumbed to suicidal madness, were not the Telophoroi born of her body as were we? They who cling to life and the promise of the morrow's dawn, against they who desire death and an ending of their own orchestration. The victors of this war alone will hold the right to answer the question of existence, of its meaning, and its worth.
Poetic and ominous to a fault. That said, if it's an existential debate in nature, then our arguments might not be as persuasive as you'd think. Fandaniel wants to die and take everyone with him in an orgy of pain and suffering. An utterly vile and unforgivable idea.
I don't really need to call it an orgy of pain and suffering, Thancred. There's better words.
And yet, when spat upon by fate and wailing in the deepest pit of despair, who among us can say they have not entertained similar thoughts? There are nights black as pitch, bereft of hope, and no words of comfort can reach you. And it's all you can do to grit your teeth and choke back the bile.
The more you see and suffer life's injustices, the more difficult they become to bear. Vengeance is nurtured in similar soil. Though your anger has a broader focus, the sentiment is much the same. A fervent desire to destroy others, to see them drown in torment, as you have.
That about sums it up. The will to endure is not always as strong as the urge to burn it all down and salt the earth. Survival be damned. It's a struggle, often close and brutal.
Indeed. Well, I, for one, shall pray survival proveth more appealing in the end.
As will I. Besides, our chances are much improved when we've the company of others committed to the cause of life. Our vengeful dragoon here is proof of that.
Oh shit. Punch him.
What is it? What did you see?
Saw Fandango.
Fandaniel. Are you sure? If he knows we've been working on a countermeasure.
It holds. The vessel holds! This is the one!
At long last! Look! We have finally created a talisman strong enough to withstand our experiments. We've named it a warding scale for the time being. With this in your possession, your soul should be completely shielded from corruptive ether.
That's so pretty.
Afforded such protection, any one of us may approach the towers without fear. Thou hast mine admiration. 'Tis an invention of historical significance.
I thank you for your kind words. But I would prefer you keep them unsaid until we test the talisman's efficacy in the field. It is for the next stage of our plan that we summoned you in the first place, to accompany me to the Tower of Zot. Should the scale prove effective, as I very much hope it will, then you'll have little to do. But should the effect be weaker than anticipated, I must ask that you restrain me, or knock me senseless.
Let's hope it doesn't come to that.
Either way, we are fortunate to have you with us.
Nidhana, are you certain you wish to do this?
If others are to trust our creations, then we must have faith in them first. And as the senior researcher, it falls to me to lead by example. But should I fail to return, then learn what you can from this attempt and apply it to the next. Our work must continue. Is that clear?
We'll keep an eye on the place while you're away. Assuming Fandaniel is lurking about, there's no telling what mischief he has in mind for us, or you. Be on your guard.
Shall we be on our way? I'll have one of the soldiers at the hatchery prepare us a boat, and we can set out from the northern shore. I'll see you there.
Oh, this is quite a journey. I think I could have taken the beach. Oh yeah, I definitely could have. Be brave, Nydia. This is rather a finer boat than I had expected, but I won't complain. All that remains is to board and be on our way. Oh, and if I should become corrupted, do not stay your hand. Of course, I pray it does not come to that, but you must protect yourself. Other alchemists can fulfill my role, but you and your blessing are one of a kind, and perhaps our only hope for toppling this tower. For all our sakes, do not hesitate to do what must be done, whatever that may be. Well, the longer I draw this out, the more nervous I become. Let us be off.
We should soon cross the threshold of the tower's influence.
Oh, hold on to that, sweetie.
Any moment now. It's working! And you are still yourself? Then I'd like to see how it fares closer to the tower if we could.
I'm so nervous for her. Do you remember Tesleen? I remember Tesleen.
So far, so good. The scale's protection appears to be holding. If we can just make it to the tower's entrance.
I'm so scared.
A few more steps.
She's so far ahead of us.
Praise be to the sisters, we made it! And the scale has proven itself to be everything we hoped it would be. Now we can focus on production. Once we've equipped and returned with an entire survey team, this menace will soon give up its secrets. What? Oh, let me go! Oh, let me go! Oh!
Oh, do calm down. You'll only hurt yourself thrashing about like that.
Stop! Oh, you can't do this! Please!
Deck him. Just punch him.
A little late for heroics, I'm afraid. The similarities are striking. My! Such hostility! Never before has my artistry so displeased. My patrons of old would have positively squealed in delight, though, between you and me, I find gushing praise exhausting.
Patrons of old.
Allow me to tell you a story. Surely you've yet to hear the one about Van Daniel, the sundered Ascian. I inherited the position and the soul of the Van Daniel who sat on the convocation in the time of the final days, theoretically speaking. Practically speaking, that fact is of no consequence. I was born and lived as, well, me. Eventually, I was recruited into the Ascians and imbued with the former Van Daniel's knowledge and memories, but I never felt that they were truly a part of who I am. How to explain? Perhaps if I told you who I was before my Ascian embrace, although that chapter too is a past I've long since discarded. I have it on good authority you've poked your nose into an Allegan ruin or two. Yes? Then I expect you've heard of me. The old me.
Amon?
At your service.
Yeah! Fuck yeah!
Imagine a nation of unbridled prosperity. Every need met. Day after day of unbroken, unshakable peace. Existence fulfilled and ripe for decay.
You are a genius without peer, Amon. However do you conceive of such delightful experiments?
Then everything that we sort of thought is not true. Emmett built the Empire, and Fandaniel... No. We'll have to see more of this. The timeline on this is not... It's tricky. Because the real Amon... We have met the real Amon, and have killed the real Amon. In the Crystal Tower. I didn't think they would actually do more with the Crystal Tower besides Graha, but if you never do the Crystal Tower, then Amon still lives, and Fandaniel doesn't make any sense. So, Amon still lived. Oh, the Crystal Tower is a long time ago. I actually just told this story to some people from the XIV, and I was really fucking psyched about it. When we went to the Crystal Tower, it was put under spell, and every person that we killed inside the Crystal Tower was somebody that was still alive. They were just put under a huge sleeping spell by Amon. So when we were just a little baby adventurer in the Crystal Tower, we killed the real Amon, I assume the original Fandaniel. Well, who would eventually go on to become Fandaniel. This gets a little dicey, but it's already pretty dicey anyway, because there's a cutscene in 5.2, I think, where we see all the Ascians in a big circle, and they're all talking. This is already dicey because Emalaeth is there, and she died when the Isle of Val happened. So, if that's already fucked up, or you can even contribute to that cutscene being from the past, then this all shakes out okay. Or the future. Well, no, it's dicey with Fandaniel now. But, there are 13 Ascians standing there, which means they are all alive and present at that time. It makes the ARR scenes a little bit weird, but we'll have to see where this
That
goes.
fool was beside himself with panic when he awoke with the head of a bull. Even his cries for help emerged as so much guttural lowing. Oh, the memory of it. My poor sides. My friends and I were so consumed by laughter we struggled to breathe.
I fucking love Amon.
No more than entertainment for bored wastrels ignorant of its worth. My all-consuming work. But it was not their only indulgence. For they were ever hungry for stimulation. Slaves to the slightest hint that amusement was afoot.
I'm so excited about this reveal. It's so
Our
good.
nation was ailing, but I would see the poison purged. I resurrected a legend, our first and greatest emperor. And just as I had planned, he set our wayward empire back on the path of conquest.
An inexhaustible ambition carried us onwards. Always onwards. Yet, he who delivered to us such glory was not to be satisfied.
Show me the boy.
Heed me, Armon. No matter how vast one's empire, or full one's treasure vault, all is rendered meaningless by death. In the end, all is lost.
You know as well as I that the Emperor stands to lose this war. And so I have come to claim you.
Oh, he's wearing his mask. Oh, people thought that wasn't his mask because you never actually see him in it. Emmett Silk.
For while your methods leave something to be desired, we cannot deny the results of your work. And as fortune would have it, the seat of Fandaniel, your rightful seat, lies vacant and waiting. Take your place amongst your peers, rather than die a pointless death amidst the ashes of your doomed nation. Send one of your clones to the Crystal Tower that you might see for yourself.
Oh.
See what lies ahead.
That explains everything then. That fixes the weird timeline stuff. We'll fix it with clones. Emilius is still weird, but that fixes why Fandaniel was there.
The fall of the Empire affirmed the truth. Majestic and tragic, as the Emperor foresaw. Scheme as you like, build as you will, nothing endures. What is life but a brief jaunt ending in emptiness?
So easily distracted. Why, I almost left without saying farewell. As for your friend, you needn't worry. These pawns are far more useful to me alive as fuel for the primals. If you attempt to pull them free, they will die. So, enjoy tackling that conundrum with your comrades. We shall meet again! Not in one of these minor spires, oh no, but somewhere more suitably grandiose. Your favorite playmate is ever so eager to see.
I didn't know how they were gonna make me like Fandaniel, but making him a Mon is 100% the way to do it. It explains all his theatrics to the letter. Oh, I could have never predicted that. That's so good. Fuck. I mean, if everyone has to do the Crystal Tower, you might as well pull elements from the Crystal Tower and put it into the plot. You're crazy not to. Ah, you are returned, but where is Mistress Nidhana? Monsieur, preserve! Just when we had succeeded in making the talisman. I must report this at once. Meanwhile, please return to the great work. Oh, not this fucking garbage machine. Alright, I'll take this one. I knew something bad was gonna happen to her. It's not as bad as what happened to Celine. I assume we will be able to free everybody from the towers. There are worse things that can happen to people in this game. You need to be wrapping it up, and then I struggle to get in on Casa, but I really wanted to get the dungeon done, but that is just probably not going to happen. Something's gone awry, hasn't it? What happened? So it was Fandaniel after all. Damn that bastard. I'm sure you wanted to do more, but you were right to return here first. We must tread warily lest we endanger Nidhana and the other captives. Thancred is wearing a grim expression. First, we must inform everyone of the situation, Nidhana's colleagues included. I'll call them together for a gathering, but I think it would be best if you were the one to explain. Oh, Nidhana. Can you answer me this? Though Nidhana is trapped in the tower, she's still alive, yes? Then we must make warding scales, as many as we can. The prototype worked perfectly. This Nidhana proved at peril to herself. So let us make more scales, and then she and those who were taken might be saved. Aye, as alchemists, this is how we help win the fight. My friends, the satrap has been made aware of the strategy. He offers his heartfelt condolences and reiterates his pledge to provide you with all that you require. To that end, he bade me give you this link pearl that he might personally discuss the production of the warding scales with you. And for our Eorzean visitors, I bear an invitation. In her report, Mistress Nidhana noted your vital contributions to the talisman's creation. The fact came to the satrap's attention, and your recognition of your deeds, he wishes to meet you. In addition to thanking you in person, he would also discuss further avenues of collaboration. And so, if it is agreeable, will you not accompany me to Razathan for an audience with His Excellency? We should be honored, of course. Closer cooperation between our lands can only be benefit to us all. Then it is settled. Please come to the gates east of the Giant's Skull grounds, and I will show you into the city. Traversing this place does suck ass, kind of. It's just climbing out, yeah. Things are far, but it's not so bad. So, Razathan? No, Razathan is its own city. It has to be. Why am I walking, first of all? Ether current? Don't mind if I do. I fall from this? No. Okay. No, that it doesn't make any sense if they could. It just looks so... It looks like you can go down there. Which is why... Just simply why I asked. Oh yeah, Razadhan's gonna be right here. Razadhan Final City? I'm trying to remember. Idleshire was Final City and you saw it super late. What's Stormblood's Final City? Oh, Rhalgar's. It was Rhalgar's... I suddenly can't remember. Oh, and Kugane. But Rhalgar was like, even though you saw it first, that's where you always went to for all your stuff. So they introduced the cities in opposite order. And then it was Crystal and Yulmore. And you went to Yulmore early, but you couldn't go back there till late, really. All present? Then let us proceed. Owing to the threat of the tower, the city is currently in the state of high alert, and strict restrictions are in place for entry. Though you have been granted special permission, I ask that you remain close to me at all times. Yeah, it looks like this will be our final city, but it's extremely locked down at present.
A vast rock squats upon Thavner, and to its stony surface clings the city of Ruds at Han. Ye who enter here are subject to the scrutiny of gods, the gate's most watchful eye. The orb which beholdeth the truth of all things. Pass beneath its hot and piercing gaze, bearing down like a second midday sun. The fragrant haze, a mixture of sweet incense and acrid smoke. The cries of merchants mingled here with lively melodies accented by dancers' feet. Travelers seduced by vivid sound and colors were once swallowed up by patchwork streets. But no such scenes to savor now. To what somber present does that divine eye bear witness?
Here we are, Megadota. It seems a shame to bring you here directly. Under normal circumstances, it would have been my pleasure to show you the sights.
And it would have been our pleasure to see them. Alas, it seems our tour of the city will have to wait.
I'm afraid so. Come, we should head inside. Your Excellency, may I present our honored visitors?
Ah, splendid. Most splendid. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ahawan, Satrap of Radzat-Han. Our alchemists tell me your assistance was invaluable in the creation of the warding scale. Such deeds ought to be recognized in person. Thus did I have young Varshan convey you here forthwith. On behalf of my people, may I express to you our sincere gratitude.
But Nidhana, she was taken.
A regrettable incident indeed. Her colleagues insist that we honor her wishes and trust in the talisman, that it will be instrumental in saving Nidhana and the others. I am eager to hear your opinion on the matter, so let us not stand on ceremony. Come, sit.
I don't trust this dude simply because he has the evil aura.
I think not.
Evil aura mustache? Okay, before Estinian starts going off, he's got the evil aura mustache. You can't trust any aura with the scaled
This
mustache.
charade has gone on long enough. Show yourself.
Who is that man behind the emerald curtain?
Forgive me, but were you expecting musicians, perhaps? There are no performers waiting in the wings at present, but arrangements could be made if you'd prefer.
Nay, he hath the right of it. The time for artifice is past. Raise the curtain.
Okay, I thought so. I thought this man was supposed to be way more. I wasn't gonna say anything. I was like, perhaps my thoughts were too high.
As you wish.
Oh, it's actually the dragon, actually. The dragon is the Satan. Never mind, I put it together too.
You travel as assistants to the students of Valdesian, but you are known to me. Even here have we heard of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode.
This is one of the missing children of, this was talked about way back when the trailer dropped, because Estinian wrote in on Vitra, and even said, name dropped him immediately. Vitra is one of Vitra is one of Midgar Sormer's original brood. So it was Rakashar, Nidhogg, Horace Velgar, Vritra, Bahamut, Tiamat. Is it just the 6? Or Nidhogg, or Midgar Sormer counts as the 7th original dragon? But yeah, so he was the missing kid.
Vritra, of the first brood, sibling to Hraesvelga and Nidhogg.
Aye, mine elder brothers, of Midgard Sormer's spawn. I was last to hatch.
Well, isn't this a surprise? We were told Radzat-Han had an alliance with the dragon. Not that a great worm sat in the satrap's own hall.
A necessary subterfuge, as the true tale of our nation history illustrates most effectively. In the beginning, the rock upon which our city is built was home to Vitra, and Vitra alone. In time, the ancestors of the Matanga came to the island and established a foothold. But never did they dare disturb the worm's lair. Next to arrive were the Aura. Adopting the example of their Akasodra allies, they too treated Vitra with reverence and respect. And for many years, an understanding between our forefathers and the Great Worm endured. Until marauding heroes from the mainland came, threatening to shatter our peace and tranquility. When it seemed all would be drowned in blood, Vitra himself came forth and quelled the rising conflict. A peaceful accord was reached, and oaths sworn in Vitra's name. Thus began the dragon's governance of the fledgling state, which was to grow into Radz at Han.
But if Ritra is still here, then your position as Satrap is just...
A charade. Yes. And one which my family has performed faithfully for generations.
Many envy the great worms their power. Were it known that I ruled here, then the fires of war would burn without end. I would not be the flame which consumeth my people. Those few who join me in laying our country's foundations were, perforce, sworn to secrecy.
Your eye. It was taken.
Oh.
"'Tis here, buried within the semblance of flesh. The body before thee is but a simulacrum, constructed by the finest artisans of Razatan. With mine eye nestled within, it doth serve as an inconspicuous vessel for my will."
Ah. That would explain why I felt the presence of a dragon upon our first meeting.
I am woven with words fashioned to deceive such arcane senses. Though 'twas short-lived, it seemeth thy fusion with my brother hath left thee much altered. Estinian warm blood. From the very first, we sensed the nature of one another. Yet did neither one of us bare his fangs. That is all I need know of thee for now.
With my secret thus revealed, I have for you a proposal. Not as a worm of the first brood, but as the ruler of Radz at Han. With all haste must we take in hand the finished talismans and breach this foul spire. Thence, should it lay within our power, dispel its wicked influence. Yet even with the assurance of the warding scales, the narrow confines of the tower doth limit the size of our force.
And thus denied strength in numbers, thou must choose thy soldiers with care.
Just so. Yet though our radiant host is formidable, I see a surer path before me. Thou and thy comrades have contended with a multitude of primal beings. Most recently, thou didst cast down false gods in Pagalthan and Cartanau, I am told. 'Tis upon that strength I would call. The Scions have proven themselves the most capable, and I ask that you serve as the tip of our spear. Talismans would, of course, be provided for each of thy companions. And should you agree to this undertaking, more will be provided to make use of as you see fit.
There's no denying it's a dangerous proposition, but the rewards may far outweigh the risk. Just think of what we might accomplish if we could equip all our allies with warding scales. I worry, however, that even the four of us may be too few for what you have in mind. Might we regroup with our friends first to discuss the matter?
'Tis no trifling task that I have laid before you. Go. Steel your hearts and hone your plans. Such time as you require shall be spent in crafting your protective charms.
It seems a quick trip back to Sharlayan is in order.
thou not lend thine aid?
Whether your request be made as a great worm or the ruler of Rads at Han, I see no reason to refuse, nor will I.
I am in thy debt.
That meeting took a rather unexpected turn, but now we have a clear objective ahead of us. Let us rejoin our comrades in Sharlayan and muster a suitable crew for the foray into the Tower of Zot. Oh, and if you haven't already done so, be sure to attune to the Aetherite here before departing, unless of course you enjoy, violent nausea. I think I have. Yeah, I've done 2 different ones. Okay. I think the dungeon comes immediately next, and I do kind of want to do that for my main. However, I have a slow kicker going, and I need to put some things in it. So let me, I'm gonna teleport myself to Sharlayan, and I need to be right back. There was no actual need to do that. I need to keep a closer eye on the cheese if I am to put it in the pot, so I just gotta... If it's not happening in the next 10 minutes, then I gotta... I simply have to call it or I will starve to death on the spot. Getting the dungeon done would be put myself in a good spot for my own character. Just as I was getting used to balmy Thavnir, we're back in chilly Sharlayan. Just take care not to catch your death, eh? We need you for the battles to come. Now then, everyone appears to be here, so let's take stock of all the developments and discoveries. Kryl glances at you with expectant eyes. Since there has been progress in both investigations, shall we share the findings from our respective locales? Oh, please do the talking yourselves.
Your time in Thavnir has certainly been eventful. In my opinion, carrying out Vitra's request and assaulting the Tower of Zot should be our highest priority.
I agree. While I still have questions concerning the Forum and their grand undertaking, we have all but exhausted our avenues of investigation. Simply pressing them any harder on the subject will almost certainly result in our expulsion. Therefore, I suggest we explore the Ethereal Sea connection by way of a letter to Master Matoya, then make our way to Thavnir.
That's what I was saying, ask Master Matoya.
I wonder, even with the protection these talismans afford us, what can we hope to achieve once inside the tower? According to Orenvold and Fudola's report, they were unable to free the Emulger. Worse, their attempts triggered the tower's defenses, which led to a summoning of Luna Ifrit.
What does it tell us that the Spires even have such defenses? Simply pulling a prisoner from the wall is fatal. Thus the direct approach is doomed to failure from the outset. Any further measures to dissuade such actions seem unnecessary. Unless, of course, there is a way to free the prisoners without killing them. Then it stands to reason that any intruders will be met with overwhelming force.
The towers appeared throughout the world in but the twinkling of an eye. 'Twas by magical means these structures were raised, I surmise. A spire thus conjured must needs be maintained, and I suspect an arcane catalyst, some manner of core, doth lie hidden within. Destroy the core, and the tower ceaseth to be, thus liberating the captives without harm.
So we can hope. And I would prefer to enter the tower with a working theory than with no plan at all.
Assuming Ishtola's reasoning is correct, the chances of the defenses remaining dormant are small to none. Any primals will have to be dealt with, and defeating one will likely only lead to the summoning of another. Our every victory will only compound the prisoner's suffering.
May we not then divide our forces? Those proficient in healing will focus on sustaining the captives. That duty can be covered by Urianger, Kryl, Yostola, and myself. The remaining Scions will proceed with the search for the core. Admittedly, this strategy puts both parties at greater risk, but it should bolster our chances of saving the Arcosodra by a considerable margin.
Aren't you forgetting someone?
Of course not. As our most talented healer, we need you leading the van, fighting primals on the front lines.
It seems we have a plan. All that remains is to carry it out. I will inform Rads at Han of our movements, so let us make our preparations and regroup near the tower.
The military post in what's left of the Hamsa hatchery should serve as a convenient staging.
That sounds perfect. And remember, the experimental aetherite at the confluence is there for those who need it, so there's no excuse for being late.
ask if anyone if they want to do the first dungeon with me, but I don't know what's going on. So I will simply do it alone. I have a feeling I'll probably be playing a lot alone, simply because I'm doing it kind of weird. C'est la vie. Our friend of Eorzea, we've been expecting you. You and yours will be on the mission to the tower, I'm told. The warding scales will be delivered soon. Till then, please stand by the boat we have readied. When your fellows arrive, I will direct them to join you. We pray for your safety and success. If this is the future of Aetherite travel, I think I'll stick to boats. No warning, however empathetic, could have prepared me for that. On account of which, we are a little late, but fighting fit, mostly. My friends, permit me to thank you for accepting this mission. You must be... We should call you Vashin, I suppose. Indeed, it would not do to confuse our soldiers. Very well then. For our part, we are humbled that you should see fit to entrust us with your warding scales. Please convey as much to His Excellency. One for each of you. Please accept them with my blessings. Aw, thanks. With these, we can go anywhere those with the blessing of light can go. Not only for this operation either, but all the ones to come. We can finally break your monopoly on primals. In that case, they're all yours from now on. But I'm afraid we can't let you retire just yet. You're the Scions' brightest star, after all. If everyone is amenable to it, let us review the strategy for good measure. As previously agreed, we'll divide into two groups. Akali and her band will break through the tower's defenses and locate its core. Meanwhile, the rest of us will tend to the prisoners, who will doubtless want for healing due to the duress of repeated summonings. The primals with which tower bringeth forth shall be deities of the Narian myth. As we have no prior experience with such foes, pray exercise the utmost caution when confronting them. We commence the operation at your word, my friend. For the people of Thadner, nay, the entire world, we must prevail. So if you had asked me when I saw the previews for these dungeons, which one this would be, I would have said one of the last. Did not think this would be the first one on the bill. I'm not in bad shape, all things considered. Come on, Tinkaroo. Oh, my glares are so fast! I didn't realize until this moment when I was easily able to get out of that. Oh, it's Urianger's crazy new magic, I bet. I was like, what the fuck is that obnoxious stuff? It's Urianger. Oh, that's the Magnus sisters. I called them the Moth sisters. I forgot. Oh, goodbye. Oh, it's been a while since I've done like stuff I've been completely blind for. I wonder what's gonna happen. Okay, nothing. That's good. I see. I'm doing great. I am doing fantastic at this dungeon. Not a single bone stack to be found on this pink tail. Well, I need this stuff still. They just walked past the treasure chest. That was 520, yeah. Huh, okay. I guess things in this dungeon just hit really, really hard. Or he's not mitigating. I couldn't tell you which is the problem. I can't help this man. He's just getting shugged. Oh, yeah, it makes sense. We'll be frozen when the count reaches 0. So you probably want to position yourself somewhere safe when that counter does. It probably won't mean anything right now, but it will become in a point later. Oh. Oh, good cover. confused and unable to actively perceive surroundings. I see. Oh no, she purposely hits you. We all take a shot. Paladin's a bro. Okay, I understand. She's not as bad as her sister was. I assume we fight all three of them. Yay! For me! I get the top! I can't get distracted. Oh, there's so much happening here. Looks like... Oh, it's like that old ninja top. That looks so fucking cute. My dumb green boots? How? I already have them. I did already have these. Dark lights. Oh, I wish we wouldn't. Things must be hitting her. That's why they're giving the White Mage something specifically for a single tank at later levels. Although I will say it's been... Oh, I did stuff pretty low geared on Kali. No matter the cost, we must protect the tower. She assigns to us. Alright, so it's gonna be definitely both their mechanics together. I'm gonna get hit by that. I didn't know how to dodge it. Her size hurts so goddamn much. Oh, it was hard. Oh, I didn't do bad though. Gun. Glare 3. What does Glare 3 look like? That looks so cool! I'm utterly tickled. I got 3 comps! I did a good job. I really kicked ass on that dungeon.
Is everyone all right?
We fortified the captives with what magics we could. Have the defenses been disabled? All appears quiet for the moment.
The lower floors were disturbing enough, but this place feels wrong. The ether is heavy and thick, like wading through a quagmire.
Quagmire?
I believe we stand in the tower's beating heart. What sayest thou, Ishtola?
I see it. Ether siphoned from the land runs up through the spire, flowing to a single point. This is the core we seek. Yet something is off. As large as this structure is, it siphons far more ether than is required to sustain it. 'Tis as if the core is feeding on the energy, consuming it. I need to take a closer look. Curious. There is something there embedded inside the core. A man's limb.
This is what we came to destroy?
Yes, if you would be so kind.
And that should be the end of it.
What now?
Tower's collapsing, folks.
My theory that the tower might come crashing down following the core's destruction doth appear to be correct.
Bully for you! And how are we supposed to survive the fall?
What of the prisoners below?
Yeah, that's what my
The
thought.
floor beneath our very feet dissolves. Brace yourselves!
I pray I'm not too late.
Teleportation magics?
Oh, what happened? Where are we?
By my reckoning, we're still on the island where the tower stood. But 'tis as if it never existed. Hardly a scratch. But how?
Graha wove a levitation spell at the last moment. Large enough to catch everyone, it would seem.
That explains the lack of obvious injuries.
The expenditure of so much ether has taken its toll. He will need plenty of rest, but should otherwise be none the worse for wear.
Count as a star on her. Not quite.
Then the immediate problem is what to do with our new friends here. They'll be much changed for their time in the tower. Even if their bodies are intact, I doubt we could say the same for their minds.
Angelo and I will take care of that.
I have every faith in you, Alize, but there are just too many for you to treat alone.
We'll send at once to Eorzea for more Porksies, and call on the local mages to lend a hand.
Hail, Scions! We were watching the tower when it simply disappeared. What happened here?
The threat is banished, and thy people delivered. They are, however, in need of treatment, and we of a secure locale and helping hands to assist us in its provision.
You shall have all this and more. Come, let us convey these unfortunate souls to the city.
The liberated prisoners are being transported to Raz-et-Han for treatment. Alize and your Stola will oversee the administration of the tempering treatment with the support of those from those who know a healing spell or two. We'll go in and join them in the city once you've had a moment to catch your breath. Excellent. That is actually where I'm going to call it. I'm a little overdue. My food is very overcooked, I think. But thank you so much for being here. We'll be back tomorrow at 10 p.m. or not 10 p.m. at 6 p.m. EST with more Final Fantasy 14. So I hope to see you there. Thank you so much for being here, and I hope you all have a lovely, lovely evening. Don't forget your stars. Saving up to get your own plush Warrior of Light, handmade by myself and my moderator Q. So save up for those. Thank you, and I hope you all take care. Goodbye.